Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to day 2 of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship. My name is Fiona Stahl-Anthony, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster John Ludwig Hammer. John Ludwig, how are you doing on this fine day?
I'm doing good. I'm excited about today, and I'm hoping we get some thrilling games. Hikaru is starting out with the white pieces, which is always nice to have. It increases your chances of a victory. And he's starting off against the Russian Alexander Predke, who is a very strong player. He's been solidly within the top 100 in the world for quite some time now, but he's not a household name, which is true for many of the second-tier Russian players, being kind of dwarfed by their more known countrymen, such as Nepomniachtchi, Karyakin, Grischuk, and so on.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I think it's a tough life being a strong grandmaster in Russia, because there's just so many incredibly strong players. We briefly talked about it before going on air. He's one of those players whose name I suddenly started seeing everywhere, and he seems to be a very strong grandmaster. I'm not sure I've ever seen him in the flesh, but definitely not an opponent to be underestimated. And yeah, we'll see what today brings. Yesterday, Hikaru finished the day on 3.5 out of 5. He drew the first 2 games, then won 2, then drew the last very interesting game against Donchenko. Today, a slightly shorter day, with only 4 rounds instead of, after yesterday's 5 rounds. So today, 4 rounds, tomorrow, 4 rounds. And John Ludwig, maybe we can briefly talk about what's going on at the top of the leaderboard.
Yes, because we have 4 players in the lead on 4.5 points out of 5, 1 point ahead of Hikaru. And in that group of 4, there is one name in particular that stands out. It's Magnus Carlsen. So Hikaru chasing 1 point behind Magnus, but that means when they play against each other in the tournament, all Hikaru has to do to catch up is win the game. Now, beating Magnus Carlsen, of course, a challenge, but Hikaru is definitely still in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll be looking for those clashes against the leaders, as you're saying. Also, I'm hearing in the chat that maybe my mic sometimes acts up. I actually had a little tech issue before we started. I didn't realize my screen had on and or off buttons. So I said to the guys, I can't turn on my computer. So I'm going to have to fix that. I'm going to try, John Ludwig, just to unplug the cables. Sometimes it does the trick, sometimes not. If it doesn't do the trick, we'll have to fix it during the first break. But I'll just hand it over to you for 1 second.
So we are getting ready for the first round of the second day, the 6th round in total. The moves should be coming in momentarily. Hikaru, as we said, with the white pieces. He's really going to expect, or not expect, but he needs a win in this game to kind of keep catching up with the leaders. And that means he'll probably go for an aggressive approach. Now, as far as I know, Predke is a very solid, hard-to-beat player. And so it will be exciting to see how these styles match up going up against each other.
Okay, I'm back. I have no idea if I sound any different, but today is just one of those days. Can you tell if I sound different? Well, let's see, chat.
I thought you sounded fine, but
it's just my voice sounds a little more I don't even know how to explain it. Anyway,
were you out partying yesterday?
No, I was not. I had a very early night, watched some Emily in Paris, which is dreadful, but I love it. And meanwhile, on the camera, we can see Nihal Saurin there against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Those are, yeah, still bass voice. I think my chat, they know me. I see a few people from my community. They are well familiar with this issue, so we'll fix it during the first break. For now, you'll have to deal with. I don't sound fine. You'll see later once I fix it that it sounds very different, but we'll manage for the first game, as we see that the players have all taken their seats, and I expect the games to start very, very shortly. Some big names there in the playing hall. On the left-hand side there, my good friend Leonard Otis, photographer extraordinaire. We also see Sagar Shah, who always produces fantastic content on ChessBase. Kieran has been lifting weights. I wish I could lift weights. But yeah, what do you expect today? Yesterday we saw Hikaru. What did we see in Players White? One Rui Lopez, and what else was there?
This is the kind of thing you would expect a chess player to remember, right? I just remember that he won, and that he won a nice game. It was a King's Indian against Bassem Amin.
Yes.
It was a game Hikaru was so happy with, he actually included it extensively in his recap on his YouTube channel. So I'm not suggesting you go to YouTube right now. The game is about to start, but we will be having breaks between the games, and I'll make sure to remind everyone to check out Hikaru's own recap of day one, currently up on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, and well, today I think this first game is actually really important. You talked about the advantage of the white pieces. As we mentioned, Alexander Predke, very strong grandmaster, but Hikaru, of course, the favorite, and he will try to make the white pieces count and then get those direct encounters against the top guys. We see Magnus and Jordan looking very relaxed there on the top board before the start of the round. That's, of course, an interesting encounter as well, since Jordan was part of Magnus's team for his last World Championship match against Nepomniachtchi, who's actually sitting just in the background there. So an exciting round to kick off the day. And well, what do you think, John Ludwig? Is it going to be 1e4, 1d4, or none of the above?
Well, that's the power Hikaru has, right? In terms of the opponents can never know. Hikaru played 1e4 in one game yesterday, and he played 1d4 in another game. So he can choose depending on what openings he would like to get into. And here we see, as the game gets going, Hikaru opting for the e4 move here, and Predke going for the Sicilian. The Sicilian is considered being one of the more aggressive tries Black has against the king pawn opening. So that should be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday we didn't see any Sicilians, at least not in Hikaru's games. And okay, g3 is on the board, so Hikaru is staying clear of any sort of open Sicilians. Does this come as a surprise to you?
Well, I mean, I played this g3 move myself. I played it so much I grew tired of it. But I am aware that it's a perfectly legitimate way to play the game. The bishop doing what's known as a fianchetto, it places itself on the edge of the board, but bishops is not about where they...
Not to be confused with fianchetto. Sorry.
Speaking of, my co-commentator. But yeah, so the weird thing about bishops is that you place them on the side of the board to make them face the center, and that's what Hikaru has done here. And no doubt he will be trying to open up for this bishop pointing down in the future. I'm expecting d4 to come in pretty soon, and Hikaru does just that.
It's interesting as well because round 6 unlike any of the rounds, yesterday's round where you have plenty of time to prepare. So this is clearly something that Hikaru had plenty of time to look at. I saw that I saw some pictures from the opening ceremony. I saw that Hikaru is there with his longtime second, Chris Littlejohn. So for sure they will have cooked up something here.
Yeah, a standard plan for white, get the king castled, have the bishop up in the middle to support the knight. After you get the bishop out, you can get the queen up and rook into the middle. It's just a very solid way of playing. And I'm actually looking forward to seeing Hikaru here and what choices he makes. Because it's a very interesting the placement of the bishop on g2 is a source of concern sometimes because it's being blocked by white's own pawn in the middle. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hikaru approaches that strategic problem. But for now, he's controlling the middle of the board with his pieces. So I think he can be happy with the opening.
I was a little bit surprised to see Predke capture on d4.
Yeah, I think actually he wanted to prevent the trade being made on black. So here, interestingly, after bishop to e7, you can capture this knight. And even though the pawn is making its way in towards the middle of the board, this is sometimes considered a advantageous pawn structure, regardless for white. So I think it's because he didn't want to play this pawn structure, and instead he wanted to have this pawn formation where black is a bit passive with two pawns in the middle, but pretty calm defensive pawns. But he's happy to have this against white's one pawn in the middle.
And let me ask you, because, okay, so these Sicilians I'm not too familiar with. What is black's plan? The bishop, I'm especially wondering about the bishop on c8. Is that also going to fianchetto to b7 to try and counter, let's say, the bishop on g2? Or is that going to try rather to go to c6 via d7? Or is e5?
It's actually going to e6.
Okay.
And that's what we see here. Hikaru castles. And Predke, he actually pushes his pawn forward in the middle in order to give himself this e6 square for the bishop. But this pawn push comes at a cost because now there are no black pawns that can control the d5 square. And Hikaru's plan now will be to go with his bishop out and capture this knight on f6 because that knight is one of the key defenders of the d5 square. So Hikaru's plan now is very straightforward. Bishop out, trade, and put your knight into the middle of the board. And yeah, I'm liking Hikaru's opening, and I'm also liking the fact that he spent less time than his opponent, which is usually a sign that he's feeling comfortable, and his opponent is not so much.
So what's the idea here? The long-term plan, is the long-term plan going to be to play against the backward pawn on d6?
For white?
Yes.
Well, it depends on the next couple of moves, right? If Predke plays h6, then Hikaru will no longer be able to use this bishop up trade for the knight idea. So right now it depends a little bit on the setup black chooses, but I think in general, if Hikaru keeps this bishop on the board, his plan will be to push the pawns forward in front of his own king, because presumably black is going to put the king on the king side as well, and then that pawn offensive is going to be very dangerous. But alternatively, as I was saying, Hikaru can move his bishop up and make a trade for black's knight, in which case the plan will be to put the knight here, maybe push these pawns up, get the rooks into the middle, and then maybe something like trying to trade off the bishop for black's bishop.
Okay, we
Wow.
see Hikaru maneuver his knight back to d1. So none of the two plans for now. Knight back to d1. I guess it does two things. It opens up the c pawn. I don't know if c4 is ever an idea to get more of a grip on that d5 outpost. Is the knight eventually then going to maneuver to e3, where it will control not only d5 but also f5? But I like the way, the speed at which Hikaru has played knight d1, because it tells me that there's a very good chance he will still have looked at this as something very similar.
Yeah, no, I've never actually seen this plan before, but I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot. The main idea being to push this pawn to c4, which will create what's known as the Maroczy bind, which is these two pawns completely controlling the d5 square, shutting down any hope of counterplay that black may have. In addition, the knight making its way up the board, also nice. This bishop still has a square to develop to. The opening has been a huge success for Hikaru. And his opponent is down 3 minutes on the clock, a clear sign that something has gone wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really, really loving this for Hikaru. Now I'm wondering if you're black, how do you want to try and counter the plan? Like, let's say all the plans. Like, is there any way, for example, that black can try and play d5? Is d5? I imagine d5 is something black would like to play if he could.
For sure. But yeah, that's just not on the table right now. Hikaru's control on this square is just supreme. And to make matters worse, he's now going to move his pawn up momentarily to have even more pressure on that d5 square. The knight also coming in. So to me, it feels like black's idea needs to be to play the pawn to b5. However, you cannot do that immediately, seeing as how the b5 square was unprotected. But that also explains this latest move from black, the move a6, the pawn reinforcing control of the b5 square, which means that now black is ready for b5 next. And the idea of this pawn move is to control the c4 square, trying to discourage Hikaru from getting his pawn forward.
I guess Hikaru is also not forced to go c4, right? Okay, goes b3.
Yeah, b3,
but
solid enough.
I'm still, I'm a simple girl. I see a pawn on d6, and of course, I think my inexperience in these positions tell. But I always wonder, okay, can I just somehow bring my bishop to a3? Put a rook on d1 and just try and play against that pawn on d6.
Well, the thing is, because the queen is placed in front of the rook, it means that black can easily guard this pawn using the bishop and a rook of their own. Even though black will then have two defenders and white has three attackers, because the queen is such a valuable piece, it doesn't actually... Having a 3 versus 2 doesn't always help if some of the pieces defending are less valuable than the pieces attacking, because you can't give away your queen. Even though you win a pawn, you lose your queen for a rook maybe. So I think that in general, that idea is easily protected against for black. And now, wow, bishop b2, interesting move from Hikaru. Hikaru is now going for this f4 plan, and he's going to put pressure on the e5 pawn using that double fianchetto strategy, with both bishops being placed on the side of the board but pointing in towards the center in that X formation.
I like it. X gonna give it to you. X gonna give it to you. So queen c7. Black is going to try and use the c file. H3, I guess H3 does a couple of things. First of all, maybe we can see the king hiding away on H2, because if Hikaru ever plays F4, it's always, I think, a good prophylactic move to have the king out of that long diagonal. I'm talking about the A7 to G1 diagonal, and also on H2, the king will be overprotecting the pawn on H3. And I guess finally, H3 also removes the square on G4 in case Black ever wanted to jump there with their knight or with their bishop. So I guess more of a prophylactic move, right?
Maybe. But I also want to introduce the possibility of the move G4.
Mm-hmm.
I think we spoke about this earlier. Like I was saying, either Hikaru goes with the bishop to trade for the knight, or if he keeps the bishop, I said he's going to launch an assault against the Black king. And I think it's the second option we're witnessing right here. I think Hikaru is making ready for these pawns to push forward on the right side of the board. I'm still liking his position. I'm expecting the move F4 to come at any moment now.
Do you want to? Do you think it's already? Do you think White is already ready for F4? Or would you throw in? I still like my King H2 idea, even if I like your idea of then later following it up with G4. Let's see. Is there anything stopping us from going F4 right away?
Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to just go for it, but my impatience may be the reason of my demise sometimes. No, I mean I would just. I mean the thing is, like, Hikaru's latest move was moving the rook from the corner of the board into the middle. And there's a principle in chess that you always want to improve your worst placed piece. But right now, every piece Hikaru has is really well placed. This rook is pointing down towards that d6 pawn, towards the d5 square. The bishop pointing in towards the middle. The other bishop also pointing in towards the middle. I suppose the worst placed piece right now is the rook on f1, because it's being blocked by its own pawn. But for how long? Because our plan is to go f4, and then this rook will be optimally placed as well.
The fact that Hikaru is sort of going into the tank for the first time in this game seems to indicate to me he is thinking about f4, and sure enough, there it is.
Yeah, so Hikaru is feeling aggressive this morning. He's really going for it now. And if he's allowed to do so, he will be playing the move F5 coming up. The idea here is just to get all those pawns further up the board to create an attack.
So my next question is, if you're Black, how do you want to react to this pawn assault? I guess, first of all, you don't really want to capture on f4, because then you open up the bishop from b2. And I mean, here we could even see the king from g1 stepping either to h1 or a2. The rook's coming to the g file. This looks quite dangerous already.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. It just gives White complete control. And as you said, that bishop is the key to why. So instead, Predke goes h6, which I think is a good move. Because now it makes it more difficult for Hikaru to achieve his dream of putting the pawn on g5, dislodging this defensive knight. So, wow, queen e2. Okay, I think we're just going to have a maneuvering game. I was thinking that White should just continue forward with this pawn, but Hikaru wants to keep the tension here. Just to kind of make sure that Black always has to deal with the potential threat of the trade.
Yeah, because if we just go back one move, so after h6, I was wondering what was stopping me from going f5 anyway, bishop back, g5, g4, then just following that up with h4.
Yeah. So I think the key here is that if white were to achieve the move g5, it would be GG's. It would be completely over for black. But fortunately for black, there are defensive resources here. The main one being the knight stepping back to h7, which opens up an attack from the bishop on the side pawn. But most importantly, it completely controls the g5 square, making it impossible for Hikaru to do what he wants, which is to continue forward with this pawn army. So I think that's the main issue Hikaru is facing now. And frankly, he's going to be facing that same issue for the duration of the game. At some point, Hikaru will have to kind of keep going forward with the pawns, but every time he does so, he ends up in the problematic situation of the g5 square and his inability to get a pawn to that square. So actually, I'm less optimistic about Hikaru's position now than I was earlier, because I'm struggling to see how this pawn makes it up into the attack.
Now, in the current position, the queen has just come to c5, and well, I'm once again gonna try my move. I think the king at some point just has to step out of that diagonal. So I think king h1 or king h2 make a lot of sense right now. There he goes. King h2 is on the board, but I'm with you. I'm curious to see how is Hikaru going to continue here. This position reminds me a little bit. I've played some close Sicilians, also some Grand Prix, which would very rarely turn into. And I always, as white, like my position a lot, but then I struggle how to make any progress. So if the pawn push plan, if you think that's not so easy to achieve now, are there other plans in the position?
Yeah, so for sure, Hikaru's next move will be rook to f2. That's a very useful move in general because the rook will give protection to the pawn on c2, which is where black's forces are aimed. But after that rook f2 move, I'm thinking maybe we can use the knight to jump up to the f5 square and put pressure on this black bishop. There's definitely still other intentions that can be explored.
For now, it is. What about black? So black is currently thinking. It seems like he's well set up for the white assault, but is there something more active he can do rather than just wait for white's plan to come?
Yeah, and that's a very good point. Because that's kind of the problem of black's position, is that you're basically just sitting there waiting for white to be overly aggressive, which means if Hikaru plays with patience, black is kind of grow tired of just sitting around waiting. But that being said, I think this rook to e8 move is brilliant because essentially what black is doing now is trying to force Hikaru to make a decision with his pawn. Hikaru needs to choose whether he wants to capture in the middle or whether he wants to make a step forward. Because right now, black is about to move this bishop away. And then, so let's just make some moves. Rook to f2, bishop moves. Maybe the other rook come behind to point down. And I think black's idea is to do basically just a re-maneuvering where you put so much pressure against the e4 pawn that that can be annoying. But actually, the more I look at this, like even here, sacrificing your rook against the black knight to open up in front of the black king, and then coming in with the knight thereafter. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm starting to once again like Hikaru's position, precisely because of the point you mentioned, Fiona, that Black doesn't really have a good plan. Black is just sitting around waiting for Hikaru to make his choice, and then Black tries to create some counterplay. But as long as Hikaru is just slowly improving the positioning of his pieces, Black has to stay waiting patiently.
Yeah, it's one of the things I was just wondering about Hikaru's position. Do I want to double rooks on the D file, or do I want to double rooks on the F file? Rook D3. Well, I guess we could double on the D file next move, but potentially the rook could also at some point swing over to F3. So for now, both options are still there. I'm very curious actually to see how this game is handled from both sides. The engine, which today seems to be behaving a lot better than yesterday. I like how that has once again just dropped to 0 zeros. Oh, and B4. Okay, so B4 just immobilizing a little bit the white pawns on A2 and C2.
Yeah, no, it's a complicated strategic struggle, difficult to make a breakthrough. What I'm noticing about this B4 move is that it vacates the B5 square. And if a black bishop were to get to that square, there would be a lot of rooks and queens having a bad day at the office. Hikaru actually chooses to go for the D file. This surprises me. I thought he was going for an attack down this other lane, but now he's going against the D6 pawn instead. This game is just going to be incredibly tense and maneuvering until they get low on time. And once they get low on time, the tactics are going to start. And I guess to some extent, that's what Hikaru is hoping for at this moment. He's just keeping the tension, keeping the opponent on their toes, but most importantly, trying to keep a time advantage to keep the pressure on Black.
Yeah, the time for now is still a minute, but it's been evening up a little bit. We see the bar actually shooting up after that last black move, A5, and exactly for the reason that of the move that Hikaru has just made. Why is C4 so powerful?
Good question. Well, we talked about this initially, right? How Hikaru was trying to create this C4 move to gain complete control of the D5 square. In addition, the rook and queen working together against the pawn when it was placed on C2, that was rather effective. But now that Hikaru has created a pawn chain, a chain of pawns protecting each other off the board, that makes the queen and rook look rather silly trying to pressure down that file. So in order to keep his queen and rook active, we got Hikaru, we got Predke trying to use the special en passant move. But I think the reason for why the computer evals reacted so sharply is because the en passant move is going to lose a pawn. Hikaru takes back with the rook. There's an attack on the queen. The queen needs to retreat, but that means the queen will leave the protection of the E5 square. And when the queen now retreats, Hikaru will make a trade of rooks, and then he will capture in towards the center because it will open up for this bishop to capture that pawn.
I mean, this is quite incredible because A5, which looked like quite a natural move to just sort of protect the pawn on b4, a5. Turns out, I see a lot of people in the chat were like, blunder, maybe not a blunder, but at least a mistake, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, at the top level, the mistakes are so much more kind of nuanced. So, like, the computers thought it was a mistake, but really what happened, Predke wasn't even losing a pawn. He just lost strategic control of the center. And then afterwards, the Russian player is choosing to lose a pawn because he would rather lose a pawn with a complicated position or open lines for his bishops and rooks and queen, rather than being squeezed by Hikaru's pawns working together in the middle of the board.
So yeah, so now after queen b4, I guess Hikaru should pick up the central pawn. I mean, if we, or do we? Okay, let's have a look, because there's also from b4, the queen is looking at the pawn on e4, which is now under attack twice. So let's just go down this line. So if we take on c8,
rook takes back,
and I take on e5, and I take.
And now the big question is, can black get away with recapturing the pawn in the center with the knight getting protection from the queen? We can see the eval bar shooting up, but the reasoning is not at all obvious. Hikaru will then move his knight up, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop, attacking the knight. Lots of threats in the position, but then after bishop takes, now I would think that Hikaru should take this bishop with his rook and have a nice position, but with equal amount of pawns. However, the computer is mentioning this amazing move, queen g4, and maybe we're going to have it on the board because this position has been followed. Hikaru has captured this pawn in the middle. And now the big question is whether Predke will see this incredible g4 move and realize that he should not be capturing the pawn on e4. Well, we'll try to revisit the line now. Taking on e4 would be a huge mistake on account of knight d5, alluring the bishop out of its protective position, and then queen g4, attacking the rook, but also threatening checkmate on g7. It's an incredible in-between move known as a Zwischenzug.
That's the one.
Yeah, chess has a lot of German expressions. And that threat on the rook and checkmate is even stronger than recapturing the bishop.
Incredible. So Predke is thinking the fact that he hasn't captured yet on e4, maybe he will see it, but even if he doesn't see it, after bishop takes e5, I mean, that's a big central pawn that has just dropped.
Yeah.
And if he cannot capture on e4, I mean, okay, it's just a pawn down, right?
Well, actually, I thought that white's king is pretty poorly defended. I thought that the pawn on e4 being isolated from the rest of white's pawns, it may be a weakness in the long term, even if you cannot capture it right now. And I thought that the pawn to a4 move is going to loosen up these pawns Hikaru has on the queen side, with the bishops pointing usefully in that direction. So actually, personally, I thought this extra pawn didn't necessarily have to mean that much. However, I'm now realizing that the control of the d5 square, which is something Hikaru has been working on for the duration of the game, that is so important because this knight is about to join the party, and that knight is going to cause so much trouble in every single direction, not to mention the fact that this bishop is still doing a great job pointing down towards the black king. So I think strategically, it's not too bad for black, even though you're down a pawn. It's just that Hikaru has an attack going still.
Yeah, and we see that I think Predke has spotted this problem with with Queen G4, and that's why he's taking so much time. I think when he played Queen to B4, he was relying on being able to capture the pawn on E4. Now that he's gotten to this position, he realizes there's actually a problem with it. And I think that's what often makes players tank. And it's now a very uncomfortable position to find himself in. He's down to a minute. He's down a pawn. There is this problem with the D5 square. This is really, really looking very, very good for Hikaru now.
Yeah, Hikaru's going to win it. No doubt about it. Predke being desperate in his time management.
After yesterday's few instances of no way does he play that. Whenever you say no doubt about it, I'm like, oh God.
No, but this is my commentary philosophy. No, it's a legit strat. It's a commentator philosophy I have, that if you're going to be an expert commentator, you might as well have some opinions, and you might be forceful about your opinions, because if you don't believe in yourself, then who's going to believe in you, right? So, I mean,
that's fair enough.
I like to be a pretty aggressive in
assertive.
Yes, assertive. That is the right word. Thank you.
A4, the move you were talking about, is on the board, and knight D5. We're going down. Yeah.
Hikaru is about to lose a pawn. But
Hikaru played knight D5 real fast there.
Yeah, no, he's putting pressure on the clock right now. This knight in the middle was taken out by the bishop, but this has created a passed pawn for Hikaru. The pawn on D5 now has a clear path to the other side of the board without being interrupted by any of these black pawns on its way forward. Predke does capture on B3, does regain the pawn he had lost earlier, but Hikaru is saying that my pawn in the middle will be more of a factor in the position than losing the pawn on the side of the board. I think in addition, Hikaru also felt that this pressure against the white pawn was not easily dealt with regardless. Because if Hikaru had tried to win a pawn here, attacking the queen and the black pawn, then black would move away, threaten the bishop. And if there was a trade in this position, even though Hikaru is up by 2 pawns, black's bishop pair is so powerful and can point in towards this white king that Hikaru wanted to avoid this at all costs, despite being 2 pawns up. So Hikaru is saying, yes, I could have been up 2 pawns, but black's bishop were so powerful in that situation. I would rather have the current position with the knight coming in, the pawn creating that pressure, and the pawn making its way forward. This pawn now threatening the bishop, the rook coming in. Wow, big threat from the rook, attacking the queen and also attacking towards the white king. Hikaru moves the queen away. There's still the threat on the bishop. There's the threat on the pawn, but maybe the black pawn can try to become a new queen, but then you have to deal with the white pawn trying to become a new queen. This is tremendously complicated, and the Russian player is down to less than a minute on the clock.
Queen A5 is such a complicated move as well. So much is hanging now. The bishop on E7 is hanging, the bishop on E5 is hanging, the pawn on A2 is hanging. There could be some pressure along the second rank for white. But now is really an important moment. Hikaru still has just under 4 minutes on the clock, and he has to make it count. I think now is the moment where you just need to sit down and calculate. I don't know how we are going to go on about, trying to decide what's best here. Capturing on E7, capturing on B3, capturing on F6. There's so many options.
We're going to capture something. Okay. No matter what we do, we're going to capture something. We're just not sure what we're going to capture. And I think
Eeny, meeny, moo.
Yeah,
what's to say? Eeny, meeny, mo.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
That's the one.
I think we're going to leave this decision to Hikaru, because for us, this is mission impossible.
Hammer, while Hikaru thinks, quick question. Would you agree with chat's assessment a couple of moves ago that Hikaru's strategy was also heavily relying on getting the wooden shield on e5?
Ooh. Is it a wooden shield after the pawn advances? I guess
Before.
here it is.
Here.
Yeah. I'm finding it curious. I've never actually thought about this previously, but now Hikaru's gotten this bishop 3 times in 6 games. So apparently this is a strategic element to Hikaru's game that I was not aware of. And maybe he picked it up from XQC himself.
Absolutely. Chat is saying Hammer is now a wooden shield expert. Yeah, we for sure have learned a lot about the wooden shield in just a couple of days.
And Hikaru is doing what you advised him to. Yeah, and I think that's
B3.
Yeah, I think that's a good call from Hikaru. This position needed calculation, and he's spending his time wisely.
So he has captured on b3, which means that black can now capture on e5, but yeah, the rook is hanging, so that's probably not advisable. Black can also capture on a8.
Well, you can capture this bishop. You can probably not capture the pawn, because then you lose your bishop. Oh, and wow, Predke, according to the computer, black only had 1 acceptable move, and that is precisely the move found by Alexander Predke. So great play from him here, realizing that if Hikaru now captures the black bishop, then black will capture white's bishop, and Hikaru opts to trade the bishop for the knight. Okay, that should make an easy move for black at least, but now this pawn is 1 square away from becoming a new queen. Hikaru with the extra pawn, in addition to being 1 square away from getting a new queen, you would think this is tremendously good for... Oh no! Oh no! Hikaru's getting checkmated! No, he's not getting checkmated. He had it under control.
Oh my goodness. You scared me there for a second. I was like,
no, but now Predke can trade. Predke can take the queen, take the pawn, and maybe make a draw down a bishop.
But then I make really? You think you can hold that a piece down, that endgame?
Yeah, no, I did once. I made a draw against what's his face? I forget his name, but I made a draw in that endgame once. So this is still not easy for Hikaru.
Yeah, we saw a lot of these positions yesterday. Let's once again, for everyone who wasn't here yesterday, briefly talk about opposite color bishops and why opposite color bishops mean that any endgames are more likely to be a draw.
Yeah, and actually, Predke just chose to block with his bishop. And Hikaru has a real problem trying to dislodge the bishop from its defensive position. Hikaru is trying to get a new queen on the side of the board. He's trying to get a new queen in the middle. But both of these squares that the pawn has to traverse is being controlled by the bishop. Black may be able to rescue a draw here sensationally.
Yeah, I mean... This is really, it's not over yet, but black has really defended this tremendously well. I was just saying, talking about the opposite color bishops, if you're maybe newer to chess, or if you were on Twitter yesterday, yes, Hikaru is up a pawn, and yes, one of his pawns is 1 square away from queening, but opposite color bishops mean that the bishops cannot fight against each other. So the bishop, which means that the black bishop on b6 is always going to be an excellent blockader, but also an excellent piece to generate a counterplay against the white king. How can we try to make this as difficult as possible for black?
Well, first you got to deal with your king situation. So I guess you have to move your pawn up and your king up, but then maybe black will just move the rook into defense and make a draw. Oh, and also no, rook a2 is just going to take this pawn. Actually, it's over. There's nothing Hikaru can do to protect the pawn on a4.
And if we...
Because Hikaru cannot move the bishop to defend both pawns because his king is in trouble. This pawn is just being captured. There's no way for Hikaru to defend.
This is really heartbreaking because Hikaru played, I mean, the middle game so nicely to win this pawn.
Well, now Hikaru's got to be careful. What if black manages to capture this pawn on g3, then black could potentially win the game. And also Hikaru lost the pawn that was trying to become a new queen. Hikaru tried to defend the pawn on a4, but in doing so, he had to give up the other pawn. He couldn't defend both of them.
Can we not try and go for the pawn on g7?
Sure, but this bishop is defending, and this rook is awkwardly placed. Black is better here.
Yeah, should of course still be a draw, but this is definitely not what Hikaru wanted.
Hikaru's rook is stuck, but with the rook being stuck, his bishop is stuck as well because the bishop can't move forward. And now with the king moving, the bishop is stuck as well.
Can we not go king f2 and bring the bishop back?
Yeah, I think that's probably Hikaru's idea. Move the king, get bishop back into play. Okay, and Predke goes for the draw. And Hikaru's going to be happy to make it because right now he got himself into a bit of trouble with his rook placement. And he also lost the extra pawn he had. Heartbreaking here for Hikaru. I really thought he was just going to win the game. But it goes to show that these players, when you have the same amount of points as Hikaru, you are a dangerous player. And sometimes you're also an extreme defender. And Predke, he proved that in this game, that he is not to be counted out, even when he's being put under extreme pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed how Predke found a bunch of only moves to stay in the game. I don't know if a draw was already agreed or if Hikaru is still thinking, because surely there is no way he can try here.
Yeah,
okay, so we have
seems like Hikaru was thinking, but now they're gonna agree to a draw.
So rook a2, apparently once again Hikaru is thinking, but king g2. After king g2, Predke will be able to claim the draw if he wants, but yeah, maybe the game.
I'm pretty sure they have already agreed to a draw.
Okay, yeah. So this is, of course, not the start to the day that Hikaru and that we wanted for Hikaru, but you have to say kudos to Predke, who just defended so resourcefully. Unfortunately for us here on this channel, the bad news is that Magnus has won his game against Jordan, which means that Magnus is now already a full point. Oh no, there's someone. Actually, let's go to board 2 because no, board 2 is over. So I think Fedoseev has also beaten Arjun. So Fedoseev keeping up with Magnus. Let's go to board 3. Abdusattorov against Duda. That might also be over. I'm not sure what's going on.
No, it looks like this has been a maneuvering game where they are spending a lot of time. But I'm really liking Duda's position here. Of course, I played this opening with the black pieces, so of course I'm playing an opening I generally like for black. But here, Duda has managed to get his knight in a great position in the center of the board. And he may try at some point to start aggression on the queen side, to try and utilize this pressure he has with his queen and bishop against the white pawns.
Okay, so this is actually just to set the scene for this game. It's actually a big game because these players up to Satrov is on, well, both players are on 4, just half a point behind. So a win would be crucial for either of them to stay within touching distance of Magnus and Fedoseev.
Wow, and Duda is down to just seconds on the clock, I realize now. And his latest 2 moves have not been the most impressive. Duda is literally moving his king back and forth on the side of the board.
And how do we make progress? Okay, we're not sure what's happening with the clock because it's now jumped to 2 minutes. So it's hard to know.
The clock is jumping around and also the moves are jumping around. I can't tell, moving this bishop back and forth and this knight back and forth, I can't tell what is a relay error and what is actually what's happening in the game. But I'm still saying for Duda that he should try and create some threats on the left side of the board, because jumping around with the pieces here on the opposite side, I don't see that doing much.
Yeah, so, okay, let's assume that what we see now is correct and Duda is actually down to, well...
what just happened? Okay, so we just got like 10 moves in a row and a lot of action happened in that time, because look at this move. Duda sacrificing his knight to capture the base of the pawn chain. So white's pawns were defended, except the one furthest behind. That pawn had as a job to defend the rest. That one got captured, and then pawn up attacks the knight. If the knight moves, the queens are traded, but white pushes the pawn forward in the middle. The rook blocks, the knight moves to attack the queen. The queen moves away. Now this knight is rescued because there's no longer a threat against the queen. And we get to a situation where white just has an extra knight.
There are some threats now along the H file, but can we simply go Queen H, Rook H3?
Yeah,
that's what he did. I mean, this is looking crushing now for Abdusatrov. Black has a lot of pawns, but I feel the fact that we have this outside A pawn passer. Oh, Rook E1 is a very nice move, no?
Well, I thought Rook A1 was better, but it's kind of the same thing. You have this pawn on the side of the board. You're just going to try to rush this one up to become a new queen. I didn't actually like this Rook E1 move. I would have preferred to put the rook behind the pawn you want to push. But it's all good. Like, you can move this knight back and just keep the knight defended, and then you move the rook over to help out. And now if Rook D2, then I guess he's planning Rook B1, and he just wants to push the pawn up to become a new queen. And that's going to be a winning situation for what is the reigning rapid world champion, Abdusatrov. And now after Rook E1, Duda can resign.
And Abdusatrov, he lost against Magnus in round 4 yesterday. But once he wins this game, he will have won every other game. So he will be on 5 out of 6. And it's once again quite an impressive start to the tournament for the defending champion.
Yeah, really, really good play. And now moving the knight away. Okay, I guess moving the knight here, also good. The pawn will just make its way forward. And Abdusatrov about to decide this game in his favor.
Yeah, all you need to do now is bring the knight to b4 or c5 and then use the knight to push the rook back. Then keep pushing the a-pawn, and black's king is just too far removed to do anything to stop that plan from white.
Yeah, I think so. The best thing black can do is kind of try and rush the king over. But Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super impressed with the way Abdusattorov is dealing with this, actually, now I think about it. Like, why
Maybe
would
the
he
king is
spend
faster than I
yeah,
thought.
why would he spend 3 moves to move the knight up when he could have spent 2 moves to also threaten a pawn?
This I'm not sure.
Yeah, actually, it's not so clear. I think the king is going to make it over to take out this pawn. And the knight is infamously bad at situations like this because it's so slow getting from one side of the board to the other. So a bishop could just, 2 moves get from one side to the other. But if this knight is over here, it's going to spend, well, more time to get across.
Okay, so now rook d1, cutting off the black king.
Good move, making sure that the king cannot get involved.
And then what will be our next plan? Is it to bring the rook to d7 or to bring the king or a combination of both?
Yeah, he's just going to get the rook up, I think. Now I'm back in Team Abdusattorov. I think this plan he executed now was pretty good. Actually, yeah, no, maybe it's still not over. These pawns are moving very quickly on the other side, and it turns out white cannot capture the black pawn because then the king will make a threat against both the rook and the knight. So this pawn is poisoned.
Yeah, and if we can't take that pawn, it's not clear. How do we make progress?
Yeah, Abdusattorov bringing his king in. But how is that going to help? I guess black is just going to sit and wait. Okay, king up. Now f5, definitely the move, right?
And we see the players on the camera now. I don't know if we'll ever get to see if the clock times are correct, but I assume they must be correct, that both of them are playing sort of, yeah. We can see the clock times there. So both players are around the 30-second mark. And Duda's just pushing those pawns.
Yeah. Like the white king is not being able to join the party over here because while the king is walking across, the black pawns will get a new queen on the opposite side. The 3 versus 1 situation is very much in black's favor there, and those pawns are going to be overpowering the white pawns. And now, yeah, pawn to g4. That looks like a draw to me. Ooh, the knight steps back. Check on the king. But the king moves.
His plan?
Yeah, king moves here. Very clever, because if you moved your king to this e6 square, then the rook can capture, since you have this idea of the knight coming in with the double attack.
Yeah, but after king f6, it's not so clear because the king is going to hide on g5.
And actually, look at this. Abdusattorov moves his knight back to where it came from, but Duda doesn't even want a repetition of moves. Duda just continues forward with the pawn on the side of the board. He had the opportunity there to take the position for a second time in a row, but instead he's like, no, I'm just going to keep pushing here to get a new queen.
Wow.
Oh, because Duda is also going to use the rook.
But what if I take and get behind the pawn myself?
Yeah. Take, king back.
I meant even with the rook, but then king e5, I guess. So.
Yeah, I think we need our rook to stop the king. Wow.
But if
yeah,
Duda,
no. He's really made a mess of this. Okay, so the king is now hiding in front of the pawn. The rook is trying to help out. But on the other hand, you have then allowed this pawn to advance. But now you can just take that pawn. Blunder. No, not blunder.
But white can make a draw whenever he wants, right?
Well, yeah, but white is trying to win. So if you don't win, it's a blunder.
No, but I mean earlier Abdusattorov was repeating moves at least once. That's why when Duda played H3, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly it looked like Duda. I mean, this game is just very
No, Duda was not trying to win. He just thought that he could.
This gave him better drawing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That he could. Yeah, but now actually White is winning. Because my idea of having this king attack both the rook and knight, it worked when the white pawn was on a6. But now that the pawn has advanced, it means that the knight can get to this a6 square, keeping both those pieces protected. So now
we see Duda
smooth sailing.
We see Duda shaking his head on the screen. They're visibly unhappy. I mean, it felt like he was so close to getting the draw, but now he understands this is gone. I think he's getting ready to resign here, actually. He goes for rook h8. Do we just go rook b7? Or?
Yeah, rook b7, rook a8, and then rook d7, I would think. Just making sure this king is unable to get across. I don't know why Abdusattorov is thinking for this long.
And rook d7, f4. What's our winning plan?
Well, rook d7, you go rook h8, because otherwise I capture this pawn.
Yeah, of course. No, that's true. Rook h8.
Check. Okay. What if now the king gets to join the party? Rook here, but now rook a8.
But then
to stop the pawn. Well, knight b6, then king c6 is a draw. I'm not sure what he's doing. Oh, that's clever. Oh, that's very clever. Oh, well done. The rook is trapped in the corner, cannot get out, and the king cannot approach the white rook because the knight has this square c6 under control. In the meantime, the white king is just gonna capture these black pawns in the meantime. Well done. And the reigning champion wins yet again. Abdusattorov with 5 wins in 6 games. That is a fantastic score.
Yeah, and what a cute move knight b8 is. I mean, that poor rook, on a8, never getting out of jail.
And now with the king having left the scene, White can remove the knight once again to replace it with the rook, and the White's rook will trade for the black rook, and then White will get a new queen. Well done there in the ending.
I need to. Sorry. But Tyron Mao in the chat was informing us as well. There's been a big upset elsewhere, as Vincent Keimer from Germany beat Fabiano Caruana. We actually had 3 white wins on the top 3 boards. Carlsen beating Van Foreys, Fedoseev beating Arjun, and Abdusattorov beating Duda. The rest were all draws. Then Keimer beat Caruana, Dubov beat Mamedov, but lots of draws to start the day. I think there's still a couple of games going, but maybe we can go on break slightly early just so I can fix my mic, if that's okay with you, John Ludwig. Make sure we are back in time.
That sounds
round 2.
Yeah, that sounds fine. And I want to remind everyone in chat that while we're on break, waiting for Hikaru's 7th round game in this World Championship, Hikaru did make a recap of the first day. It's currently on his YouTube channel, and if you haven't seen it already, that would be an appropriate use of your time while we take a break.
Absolutely. We'll see you in around 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the FIDE World Rapid Championship. This is round 7. Hikaru is currently on 4 out of 6. He hasn't lost a game yet, but he's made 4 draws. And this round, he will be facing Boris Savchenko. And John Ludwig, do you know anything about Hikaru's opponent?
Yes, this is a Russian player who looks like Grishchuk, plays like Jobava, and is better the less time he has to think. So an enterprising opponent, but I think a positive one to get with the black pieces, because Savchenko is a really aggressive player, and there should be opportunities for Hikaru to repel that aggression and come home with the bacon.
Yeah, Hikaru, he's still looking for that full point today. He came very close in the first round of the day against Alexander Predke. In case you missed that, well, you can still go and replay the game, but I'm sure Hikaru will be a little disappointed he didn't get the full point out of that. So he'll be trying again with the black pieces. He's now 1.5 points behind the leader, Magnus Carlsen, and Fedoseev. They are leading the field on 5.5, followed by Abdusatrov on 5 out of 6. Then there's a big group on 4.5. So there are still how many rounds? Round 7. There are still 7 rounds to go. So it's not impossible to catch up to the leaders, but Hikaru needs to get a couple of wins in order to do that.
And I saw Tagbon in chat noted that Hikaru's results so far in the tournament were draw, win, draw, draw. And for any fans of logic and symmetry, I think 2 wins in the next 2 ones are in order.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will be expecting a win now, a win in the next game, and then Hikaru, if he can do that, should be playing, up on the first boards. We are waiting for the first moves to come in. Shouldn't be too long now. I can see on the cameras elsewhere that the players are sitting down. For the second day in a row, I don't think we will be able to stick to the schedule. The second game of the day was supposed to start half an hour ago, so we've already got a nice half-hour delay there, which wasn't helped by this crazy queen endgame, which went on forever in round 6.
But delays are, I suppose, part of the game, and dealing with it is one of the key abilities you need to have to do well in the World Rapid Championship. How do you utilize that 45, 30, 1 hour? It can depend how much time you have between the games. But that's part of the trick, right? That you have to adjust to not knowing when the next round is going to start and utilize those approximately 30 minutes then the best you can to feel energized for the next one. And I know some players will probably be going back to their hotel. And personally, I think that would be one of the best strategies, just staying very close to the venue and actually going for a walk in the cold Kazakh air and getting to spend some alone time getting ready for the next one.
If the hotels are close enough, that would be nice. It's not always possible, but I think I've only ever been to a World Rapid and Blitz once before, all the way back in 2014 in Dubai, where all the hotels were too far to walk back. If it's really difficult to bring a laptop to prepare, I think in general the players don't like to prepare too much when there's only such limited amount of time for a rapid game. So you could see different approaches. Some people would just stay, by themselves in a corner. Some would bring a book, do some reading. I think there's quite a lot of socializing going on as well. It's always interesting, though, during those breaks, you can see what the allegiances are between the players, who's friends, who's spending some time together, maybe discussing some games, discussing some ideas. But yeah, you don't see any hardcore sitting down with a computer. I know that a few years back, Magnus had his own room, which I think some players were not too happy about, because it does give you an advantage. I think that was in Doha, a few years back at this point, roughly five years ago. He had his own room, so he was able to bring his laptop. Peter Heine Nielsen was there as well, so Magnus did not have to worry himself about considerations such as, what am I going to do with my break time? Anyway,
And
we
the
have
break
taken
is
off.
over. Yeah. The moves are on the board. Savchenko starting this game with a Reti opening, the knight coming out to f3, and Hikaru then choosing to push his pawn forward in the center of the board. Savchenko going for the fianchetto bishop, going for that bishop, pointing down the board towards the middle.
Yeah, so the Reti, it's sort of become all the rage lately that people just choose, a quiet setup. What do you think has brought on this change?
I think Magnus's approach to the opening has kind of made other people think about that you don't necessarily want to play the most theoretical openings where your opponent is very well prepared, and that you may want to play something offbeat to get your opponent away from the beaten tracks and just have a new opening, a new way of playing, and just play a game. And I think that's kind of what both players are trying to do here. Hikaru, with that pawn aggression early on, it's a bit unusual to see that, and then followed up by the fianchetto. Often Black would just go for this bishop out on the side immediately. And here Savchenko striking in the center with his pawn, putting pressure on Hikaru's. And when that trade is made, we've opened up for this white bishop now pointing in towards the center. This central pawn for Hikaru is key right now, because if this pawn is forced to move away, the bishop's power will extend to the full length of the board.
Does that mean that Hikaru is likely going to defend the pawn on d5 with e6? Either immediately or in the future, castle kingside? And then let's talk about the development of the two minor pieces on the queen side, the bishop on c8 and the knight on b8. Where do you think those are going to go?
Well, it depends on white. So we always have to adjust our plans to what the opponent is doing. So right now, I'm expecting Hikaru to, I guess, move his knight out. And then Savchenko will move his knight out to attack the pawn in the center. Hikaru will have to protect, and then white will strike with their pawn. So optimally, Hikaru would like to do a double fianchetto to push this pawn up and get the bishop out afterwards to kind of compensate for white's bishop doing the same thing. But he's not able to achieve that easily with the king still stuck in the center. That could lead to some problems. So knight c6 as predicted for Hikaru. Savchenko now will move his knight out to attack the pawn in the middle, and Hikaru will have to push his pawn up to protect.
And then, well, after that, you were predicting the pawn push in the center, pawn to e4.
Yeah, so basically what has happened here is that this opening we're looking at now, we're more used to seeing with the colors reversed. The way Hikaru has been playing and the way Savchenko has been playing. Savchenko has been playing an opening that's called the Grunfeld defense. But the fact that it's called defense means that it's a black opening. So he's playing a black opening with the white pieces, essentially saying that I think this is just a sensible way of getting your pieces out. And since I have the white pieces, I have an extra move I can try to utilize.
Mm-hmm. How
and
useful
this E4 move is very typical for the Grunfeld.
How useful is the extra tempo here?
An extra move is always useful. And let's just say that in the similar situation. So normally when we see this position, normally black has already castled because black is white and white has an extra move. So this position we have on the board right now is unusual. But if Hikaru had an extra move to castle his king, that would be have been played thousands of times.
John Ludwig, maybe we can just take half a minute. I think a few people in the chat might be a little bit confused what we are talking about is color reversed Grunfeld. So let's put the Grunfeld on the board to explain what we are talking about.
So right now, this position, this is the Grunfeld opening with the black pieces. And now, having seen this position, we're going to go back to the current situation. And you will see that it's pretty much the same setup, just that the colors are different and that this king has not castled. So we go again. Look at this. The pawns protecting each other up the board. And we go back. The pawns protecting each other up the board. The knights together on the queen side, on the side of the board with the queens, the right side, and we go back to the current situation. The knights are still there on the queen side. So it's basically the same position as a different opening, just with the colors reversed is what we call it.
Yeah, and what you were saying, so colors reverse, an extra tempo for black. The Grunfeld has a reputation for being very, very solid. I think one of the top weapons at the top level requires a lot of memory. And here comes A4. Does that continue to be standard play?
It's quite normal in the Grunfeld to push this pawn up. But the question was whether or not this was an opportune moment to strike in the center. Because pushing the pawn up in the middle is not considered a good move in the Grunfeld, but it was the computer's recommendation on this occasion. But Savchenko pushing his pawn, that's fine. Hikaru gets his king castled, that's excellent. And now this pawn is just pushed further up the board. And sometimes white can even now move their rook out from the edge, move it up, and try and get it to have influence over these central squares.
A5, of course, also means that it's right now impossible for black to play B6. We talked about sometimes that bishop would like to come to B7 to counteract on the long diagonal. Or is B6? I mean, I said it's impossible because I saw we cannot recapture with the pawn. Of course, we can still recapture with the queen, but that doesn't really feel like something we want to do, does it?
Well, it depends. So getting the queen out, it's nice to have some pressure down on the queen side. But the problem here is that white's knight is optimally placed to restrict the queen. And also the white bishop can get into the game, attacking the queen and getting into a decent position inside black's camp. But it's definitely not impossible. So it could be a move Hikaru is considering. But what is definitely certain is that this idea of pushing the pawn up for white is designed against B6. So it's not preventing it, it's just discouraging this move because it would then open up for white's rook along the side.
If not b6, then what are some other... Okay, knight d7 is the move Hikaru goes for.
Yeah, you could have given me 10 opportunities to guess what move Hikaru was going to play. Knight d7 would probably not be on my list. There's a lot of different plans for black, which I think is a really good sign for Hikaru, because this is then the epitome of just playing a game and having a unusual position out of the opening. That being said, now that I think about it, I said Savchenko plays chess like Jabava. And if you're not familiar with the intricacies of Badr Jabava, he is a maniac on the chessboard.
and off the chessboard.
Well, yeah, sure. And right now, I feel like there might be some interesting ideas with this pawn pushing further up the side. It will be captured, but then the pawn will attack in the middle. And if Hikaru pushes forward, then you can open up for this bishop attacking the knight and the rook, and chaos ensues. I can see from the eval bar that the computer quite likes this situation for black, but at the same time, I feel like something in this direction is the kind of thing that we can expect from a maverick like Savchenko. He's not scared of a fight. And instead, he does a similar plan. Savchenko, he pushes up this pawn in the middle, challenges Hikaru's pawn. Hikaru then steps forward, attacks the knight. The knight moves away, but also starts an attack on the black pawn, which Hikaru then wisely protects. And now what is the big question? Savchenko could go in with his bishop, with his knight to capture the bishop, but instead he's going to increase the pressure in the middle of the board, presumably forcing Hikaru to try and kick out this knight, but then the knight can go and try and take the bishop. We've got a really interesting position on our hands, but I gotta say, I'm liking white's position here. I really like the bishops working together, and they're especially strong when the opponent does not have two bishops. And here Savchenko is going to be able to take out Hikaru's bishop pair.
Can we claim that in compensation for the bishop pair, we have a big pawn center, or is that pawn center, will white be able to dismantle that?
Well, that's the big question, I guess. So a6 was played to attack the knight. The knight moves forward to go after the bishop. And yeah, even though Hikaru has two pawns in the middle and white has one, that is going to change very soon because white has this pawn ready to capture one of black's pawns. And I'm going to say white is actually the one with the bigger center, because now after queen e7 played by Hikaru to attack this knight, I think Savchenko is going to capture the bishop. Hikaru will probably take back with his rook. And then after the capture in the center, this black pawn in the middle is lured forward, but that means it's no longer having control towards the f4 square, allowing white to try and push up their pawns and create this chain of pawns working together to protect each other and really restricting the options for black's pieces. This could be a really, really enterprising position. The eval bar says that the position is equal, which means that even though there's a lot of action going on, it would be action we welcome. For Hikaru. Hikaru needs a win with the black pieces, and nothing is better than to have a tricky position with chances for both sides. We're going to go back to the moves being played in the game. Queen e7 attacks the knight. The knight does trade itself for the bishop. The rook comes into play. Savchenko now does capture in the middle, and he's getting ready to push these two pawns in the center. Hikaru does not take with the pawn like I had on my analysis board. Instead, he takes with the knight, but I don't think this is going to change much. Savchenko will capture, and then he will start pushing these pawns up. Really, really interesting position. I definitely prefer white, but black is not without chances because of this pawn on d4, which could potentially become dangerous as it tries to become a new queen.
And I think Hikaru will definitely be happy. If he had wanted to play a more solid game, he could have chosen a different approach in the opening. I think it's quite clear that Hikaru wanted something more enterprising, something slightly more double-edged with chances for both sides. So I think he will be happy. Also, after e5, well, I understand our bishop on g7 is quite restricted, but there's also a white bishop sitting on c1 that is currently quite restricted behind the white pawn wall. So, yeah, I'm not sure how to evaluate this position. As you mentioned, we do have a passed pawn on d4. I guess that will be supported by bringing a rook to d8, and then the knight will make its way to c5. There's also a hole on b3 going on. So, yeah, a lot of life in this position.
Yeah. And Hikaru's getting his pieces into good positions. I'm liking this b5 square for the queen. The rook will come in here to d8. The other rook has already been involved, and we're supporting this pawn trying to go up and become a new queen. So let's just say that one of my weaknesses as a chess player is that I often underestimate the activity of the pieces. That I will very often judge a position on the pawn structure when in fact you should be paying more attention to like tactics and how the pieces can create threats. And I feel like this is precisely the kind of position where Hikaru would just completely destroy me, because I would look at these pawns and I would be like, oh, my pawns are so beautiful, and I have the bishop pair, and I'm in such a good position. And then Hikaru would be like, okay, I'll move my queen up, my rook in, my knight up, and I'll just push this pawn, and there's nothing you can do about it. So there's definitely scary threats in black's position.
There is that for sure. There is also the time situation. Hikaru 3 minutes up on the clock, which is quite significant. Or at least a nice advantage to have.
Yeah, and here comes the queen. Queen to b4. I like this move. The queen will find a really nice home on the b5 square, and there it will also be helping to protect the d3 square, which is important because that's where we want to push our pawn.
How do you think white should react? We talked about black, rook d8, knight c5, queen b5. Those are probably all moves that are coming. Is white, first of all, is white forced to play e5, or is there something to be said for keeping the pawn on e4?
Nothing to be said for keeping the pawn here, I would say. Pushing the pawn up will both restrict the black bishop, but it will also open up for white's bishop. So I see no reason to hold this pawn back. However, there may be a case for making other moves more moves that are more urgent than pushing the pawn up. So this pawn is coming, but there's nothing Hikaru can do to stop it. So it may not be a rush for white to make that advance. However, queen to a4, that was urgent, because if you push the pawn forward now, the knight will come up. and then the knight will control this square where you wanted to place your queen. So Savchenko is showing some awareness here by moving his queen up before that ceases to be a possibility. And with the threat against both the knight and the queen, white is securing a trade.
Yeah, he is securing a trade unless Hikaru goes back to e7, but he just came from there, so it's hard to believe he will do that. But I mean, the fact that he hasn't made his move yet signifies that he is thinking about it, surely, because I don't see any other move apart from the trade on a4 and queen e7.
Yeah, maybe he didn't realize the power of this queen a4 move, and now he has to readjust. The thing is, you made a point earlier, Fiona, about this bishop on c1 and how the bishop is being blocked by its own pawns in two directions. That could be a serious thing now. Let me do a variation with the queen trade. And after the queen trade, Hikaru can move his rook all the way up. And Savchenko will then push his pawn forward in the middle. But after rook c8, both of black's rooks are pointing in towards this white bishop. And the bishop has nowhere to go. So this is kind of scary for white, dealing with a bishop that's out of escape squares.
It's very scary. As always, the computer finds a tactical answer in this position. If we just bring back, well, is this actually all on the board?
Yeah, so the trade was made, and then rook c2 played by Hikaru. And after e5, the move we were expecting from white, Hikaru has indeed moved a second rook to attack down towards this white bishop.
And so here, what I was going to say is, well, the bishop, as you mentioned, has no squares, but we also have an undefended knight on d7. So what happens after rook takes d4?
Yeah, that's the big problem. If not for this rook takes d4 move, Hikaru would probably be winning this game. But rook takes d4, an excellent move, capturing a pawn, creating an escape square for the bishop, and most importantly, creating a threat against the black knight on d7. This move does everything you could possibly wish for from one single move. And after this, Hikaru will have to settle for a draw. The way to do so is to sacrifice the knight being lost regardless. So you might as well capture a pawn in the middle in exchange for it. And after this one is recaptured, Hikaru will take the bishop, and then Savchenko will take this pawn, and we will end up in a position where we have these bishops of opposite colors, same thing we had in the previous game as well. And basically the thing is, you can attack this rook, the rook will move, and then this rook will maybe give a check to get away from the bishop's attack, and then we will take this pawn, and then he will take this pawn, and the position should be a draw with correct play. But white is for preference because they have a pawn trying to become a new queen.
Yeah, there was no way to force the trade of rooks, but I guess it shouldn't matter. This should be a fairly easy draw. Savchenko is still thinking. That's the only good news about the position. I mean, it's hard to believe that he wouldn't see rook takes d4. So what else could he? Maybe he's thinking about capturing on b7?
Yeah, that's an alternative plan. However, if the bishop captures this black pawn, then Hikaru will just move out of the way, attack the bishop back, and he also has the threat on the second bishop. So this would be essentially giving away a bishop for Savchenko. But the reason he might still go for it is because in a situation like this, even though he's down, white is down a knight, but he's got two pawns working together, trying to make their way up to become a new queen. He could be considering something crazy like this.
Yeah, and I think that's why he's spending all his time here, because he probably knows he can make a draw by capturing on d4, and he will need close to 0 time on the clock to make that draw if they go down that line. So he might be investing some time to evaluate his chances here, but I think he has indeed captured on d4. And we are going down the line that we were just showing a second ago.
So the knight sacrifices itself on the pawn in the center, seeing as how this knight was lost to the rook regardless. A trade is made, the knight is captured, but then as is the bishop, there's a threat against this pawn, there's a threat against this pawn. Savchenko captures the black pawn, attacking the rook and the pawn. You would think that something has to move, but no. Hikaru captures the pawn in the middle, attacking the white rook. Yeah, we're getting lots of trades, and it's very probable that this game will end in a draw.
Yeah, I see chat is disappointed. Understandably, of course, we all want to see Hikaru win, but we have to remind everyone this tournament, how incredibly strong it is. Yes, Savchenko is rated almost 200, around 200 points below Hikaru, but he's an incredibly strong and incredibly experienced grandmaster who, as Jean Ludwig told us, excels at the faster time controls. And it's just, maybe we can talk for a second how incredibly difficult it is to win a game of chess in general at that level, and especially with the black pieces.
Yeah, and like Hikaru is playing against people who have the same amount of points as himself, and well, the logic there is that if you have the same amount of points as Hikaru, you're probably a pretty decent chess player. I think Hikaru is going to be disappointed about his point score himself. Mm-hmm. But as we see from the games, like it's tough fighting chess every single time. And these guys defend well, and they pose problems even for a top grandmaster like Hikaru. So, yeah, I mean, I think Hikaru is still in the running for the medals. But right now, given the form that has been shown on the top boards, the gold medal may be slipping away from Hikaru's grasp. At the very least, if he's going to make it, he's going to need to win quite a few games in a row to catch up.
I'm just having a quick look at the top boards as Savchenko has just played Rook D2. The top board between Fedoseev and Carlsen is looking very drawish. I don't see Magnus creating anything there. And up to Sattarov looks to be winning as black against Nepo, which would be a huge result, would allow him to catch up to the leader. So a draw on top boards is some good news, at least, meaning that nobody is running away at the top. But of course, we'll only need to concern ourselves with that once Hikaru starts winning a couple of games. Here, I mean, we've seen Hikaru create something time and time again, but this one with the opposite color bishops and reduced material, this one will just be a draw. I don't think that either player will be able to create anything.
Well, if Hikaru manages to capture both of these white pawns while only losing his own pawn, I do think he could create some problems for white. The thing is that Hikaru is not going to be able to take both of these. He's going to be able to take one, but not both. And yeah, that makes it impossible to win. Because as long as white still has one pawn on this side trying to become a new queen, Hikaru is always going to have to be focused on trying to stop that pawn which will make it impossible to try and win with the 3 versus 2 pawn situation he has on the opposite flank.
So what happens here after rook b2? I guess white will capture the pawn on a6.
Yeah, maybe, but white might also think that bishop d5 trying to point down towards Hikaru's king may be a good idea. But then Hikaru might have a trick with trying to use his bishop to blockade. So I'm interested in seeing how Savchenko deals with this, considering that white only has 1 minute left on the clock. If you're inaccurate and you allow some situation where Hikaru can try to push, Hikaru is definitely going to be trying that because he desperately needs a win at this stage.
Yeah, at first, I mean, someone had pointed out the time situation in the chat, and I thought, oh, time isn't an issue for white. But you do make a point that white has to be careful not to lose the 2 pawns on the queen side for just the 1 pawn. And the fact that he is still thinking, gives us a little bit of hope. He has decided on bishop d5, so he's going for the pawn on f7. We cannot defend that pawn. We cannot move the pawn because the pawn is pinned to the king on g8. So I assume Hikaru is going to capture on b4.
Well, I think he's going to try
in the check. Yeah.
Well, I think he's going to try and block this rook by placing his bishop in the path of the rook. I feel like that's the only kind of idea Hikaru has that.
But how do you react then to, okay, let's put that on the board. So if bishop d4, king h1, I was wondering, can I go king g2?
Yeah, so you can try and push this bishop away, but then I had an idea that maybe now I managed to take this pawn with the bishop, which will allow me to take the other pawn afterwards.
But if I go bishop f7 and bishop c4?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't have an answer for you there.
Okay.
Trying to create water from stone. Oftentimes it just ends up with you squeezing a stone in your hand and hurting yourself. So, but at least you tried. You tried to do something fancy, and one out of 100 times,
that's
the
some
opponent
good
is going to
there.
do something silly.
Yeah, unfortunately, this one I think will be over quite soon. As soon as the pawns on the queen side and the pawn on f7 are liquidated, there is really no need to play on here.
And now after bishop b7, there's no way for Hikaru to defend this last pawn. One trick worth mentioning, if rook a7 trying to take the pawn, bishop d4 is an attack on both the king and the rook. So there's that.
There is that. Type this. How can we make it happen? Buck was so good. Buck was such a poet. I feel like I don't have that Twitch game yet, but yeah, it's too late anyway.
And now rook Hikaru is using his rook.
Happen.
Yeah. Hikaru using his rook, giving checks on White's king. White's king cannot get away from the checks, but Hikaru cannot do anything more than just giving checks. This game will be a draw momentarily. And yeah, it's tough. It's the World Championship. It's supposed to be difficult. But unfortunately now Hikaru not managing to exploit the excellent position he had in the first game of the day. And with the black pieces, it's always going to be difficult to win this game, being no exception to that rule.
Yeah, and liquidation has now happened. Hikaru has a pin along the A file, but unfortunately no way to utilize it. White can always play rook a8 and bishop b7, free himself that way. So this one will be over any moment now. I think we are going to wait until the result is officially in, and then we'll probably head over to either board 1 or 2. I'm almost tempted to start with board 2 because I think Abdusatarov's attempt to beat Nippo is more interesting. But the game, Rook G8 is a nice touch to end the game. It looks like he's
well. I don't think
rook.
Hikaru's capturing it. Hikaru's going to go King H7, but then Bishop D3 attacks the pawn on G6, forcing Black to then take the rook. The idea, of course, being the same we saw earlier with the king and rook being placed on unfortunate squares. Hikaru does avoid the draw at once, moves his king over, but then bishop to D3. No, bishop to D3 loses to... No. But there's rook D2. It doesn't end the game. Okay, instead, Savchenko moves the rook again, wisely attacking the bishop. Hikaru will move this bishop away. Then the white bishop comes back into defense. But yeah, no, white has placed, for reasons unknown, white has placed the king on the edge of the board. And Hikaru has an idea here of trying to checkmate this king using his pawn to advance. Also, Hikaru has an idea of checkmate with the bishop moving up and then the rook coming in after. So in order to stop this checkmating idea on h2, Savchenko puts his bishop on e2. And this is a big problem for Hikaru because this bishop is also pointing up towards the h5 pawn. So he's not able to get the next pawn up the board either. And this is the latest move from Savchenko, rook d8, very clever, attacking the bishop. And if the bishop moves, white is going to be allowed to trade rooks. And without the rooks, there's absolutely no hope of a checkmate here. Savchenko has the situation under control.
Yeah, but it's still incredible to me how I thought this was going to be over, 5-10 moves ago. Hikaru always finds some last tricks, but yeah, I think now that the rook is on the d file, Savchenko has just found a way to guarantee the draw. By the way, elsewhere we had a big upset on board 9 where Hans Niemann beat Richard Rapport as black. So Hans, after not a great start to the tournament yesterday, he's won both games today and is now on 5 out of 7. That might just be 1 point behind Magnus after this round.
And there is a special rule that if there's an odd number of players on a point group, one player has to go down and play the best player half a point behind. And Hikaru is the best player half a point behind Hans Niemann. So if Niemann is one of the lowest rated players on what will be 5 out of 7, then we could potentially be seeing Nakamura against Niemann in the next round. And here we see Hikaru realize that he needed to move his bishop, but that led to a trade of the rooks. And there's no more pieces left on the board. A draw has been agreed.
What a fighting game. Not the result we were hoping for, but still 2 rounds to go today. Let's go to the top boards. We'll be just in time, I think, to see the draw between Fedoseev and Carlsen. So maybe let's just bring it up for 1 second. Fedoseev has an extra pawn, but I guess no way to make use of it.
No, what white needs to have happen here is get the king to the g5 square so that you can take the f5 pawn. If white succeeds in capturing this pawn, white will win the game. So everything Magnus is doing is trying to prevent this idea. And right now he has his bishop taking control of the g5 square. The only way for white to try and get this bishop away from that protection that I can see is moving the bishop. Oh, that was a bad move. Moving the bishop up so that the bishop is pointing towards the black bishop. But then, then Magnus can move away. And if the king tries to approach the black pawn, then the bishop will return, checking the king. And if the king takes the pawn, then you lose the bishop. And if the bishop moves, well, then you take the white pawn. So Magnus has succeeded in creating a fortress.
Despite not believing in them.
Yeah. Who's going to tell him the bad news that he's making a liar of himself? Magnus famously saying, I do not believe in fortresses, yet here he is.
Let's go to board 2. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Nurebek Abdusattorov. With the draw between Fedoseev and Carlsen, that means they are both on 6 out of 7. And with a win, Abdusattorov will catch up to them. He is up in exchange against Nepo.
Yeah, an extra rook in exchange for a bishop. And you have this pawn trying to become a new queen. On the other hand, Nepomniachtchi with his rook trying to take out this black pawn. And if that pawn is captured, white will have quite a clear path for his pawns trying to make their way up the board. So I would recommend for Abdusattorov at this point to move his pawn one step forward and avoid it being captured.
He's happy to take that advice. Off he goes. B6 is on the board. Nepo had one miracle save yesterday against Aravind. I quickly played over that game in the evening where it was just an extra piece for Aravind. So these guys, they are incredibly tricky. But Abdusattorov, we've mentioned it a few times, but let's say it again. He is the defending world rapid champion. He has displayed great technique along the way this year as well. He's only lost one game to a certain Magnus Carlsen, run everything else, and I don't think he'll let this one go.
We'll see. Nepomniachtchi is still trying to go after this black pawn. He realizes that he needs to eliminate this pawn in order to try and get a new queen with his own guys. Part of the problem here for Abdusattorov is that his rook is standing in the way of his pawn. So he pushes the pawn forward now, realizing that he's going to have to move the rook soon after. I'm guessing Nepomniachtchi continues with his king up the board. Nepomniachtchi, basically, what's going to happen here is something along the lines of this, where where Abdusattorov is trying to get a new queen with this pawn, but there are some variations in which the bishop can sacrifice itself. And then try to run with this pawn, trying to become a new queen. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I realize that this is completely hopeless. But let's see what kind of problems Nepomniachtchi can create. Nepomniachtchi, of course, the favorite to be the new world champion, with Carlsen abdicating his throne. And Nepomniachtchi being the only one of him and Ding Liren to have experience from a world championship match previously. I think that's going to make him the favorite in that match.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. Here, we could be going down a line similar to what you showed, although King C2 is also very clever that way. B3 will be able to be captured once the white king moves away. Nepo trying to probably come into D2 with a check. Do we have to stop that, or can we just keep pushing the pawn?
That's the big question at the moment, and the one Abdusattorov is pondering right now. I mean, just worst case, just give a check with this rook and use the other rook to help the pawn. It feels easy for the Uzbek grandmaster right now. He does give a check with the king, forcing the king up, but that also means the king has relinquished the protection of that b3 pawn. This pawn is under attack, and this pawn is trying to become a new queen, supported by the rook behind the pawn, the optimal placement for a rook to help out.
You know, you said it seems easy, and it made me think, like, it's amazing to me. Although I've been both a player and a commentator for quite a long time, it never ceases to amaze me how much easier everything seems when you're sitting in the comfort of your own home. You know, just sitting back with a cup of coffee in hand, little music in the background, and you think, oh, this seems so easy. And when you're at the board, it's always, or almost always, such a different story completely.
Yeah, that being said, I do think Abdusattorov is going to take this one down, and that means he's going to join the lead. He has won 6 out of his 7 games if he wins this one. An incredible achievement in a field as strong as the one we have. And now Rook B1 will be the finishing move, putting the pressure on White's bishop and on White's king. After Rook B1, it's GG's, yo.
Let's just wait for the resignation, since we have the players on camera. And after that, we can maybe go to see the end of Jordan Van Forees against Timur Gareev, where Jordan seemed to be winning not so long ago, but maybe not anymore. Let's see. Let's just wait for this one. Rook F2 played by Nepo.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Abdusattorov is thinking here. Rook B1 is a brilliant move and will end the game. The pressure down on the bishop and on the king, enough to keep everything under control.
His time management, from what we have seen, seems to have been quite impressive. I mean, last time we tuned in against Duda, Abdusattorov still had a few minutes on the clock against nothing, and Nepo, who has the reputation of being one of the fastest players in the world across all time controls. I think whenever Nepo is low on time, it means, you know, there was some serious trouble in the game. And here comes the F-pawn. Rook B1 has been played.
Yeah, I feel like Abdusattorov missed an opportunity to make it even easier. He could have captured this bishop and then used his rook to stop the king from moving up. Oh no, the computer's saying I'm mistaken, and that would lead to the black king being in trouble. Okay, I concede to the gentleman of Uzbekistan. And now after c5, now it's still maybe tricky. I mean, I just want to give up my rook and kind of trade everything and then help my pawn become a new queen. But Abdusattorov not falling for any such tricks. He just takes the pawn, knowing that if Nepomniachtchi recaptures, it's suddenly checkmate with the classic rook staircase checkmate coming in here between two of the top players in the world.
Yeah. And there is the resignation. Very nice technique once again by Abdusattorov, who joins Carlsen and Fedoseev in the lead. Let's go to this game. Well, no, it's not. Jordan now is playing rook against knight, but I think that is known to be quite an easy draw. Yu Yangyi is still trying to convert an extra pawn. Maybe we can go... no, it's actually Keimer. What am I saying? Keimer with the extra pawn against Yu Yangyi.
And notice also how the white pawns are kind of split up. They are not protecting each other. This is a dangerous endgame for the Chinese player. Normally, we say that when there's 3 versus 2 pawns, on all pawns on the same side of the board, it should be an easy draw. But this is the exception. Kamer coming in with his king towards the f4 square. You cannot allow that black king to find such a powerful placement on white's half of the board. I think Yu Yangyi is going to have to move his king back here. No, he moves the rook, but now rook e4 will offer the trade of rooks and then secure the f4 square for the black king. I do not like this defensive attempt from Yu Yangyi. Rook here. Clever play. Never mind. I changed my mind again.
And you just check the king, right?
If the king moves up, then the rook will be able to check the king back to where it came from. So yeah, okay. Still a draw probably with correct play, but tricky.
Yeah, you always have to be careful. I mean, if we just click anywhere 20 moves back, we will see that at the start of the endgame, the pawn structure was intact for white. I'm not sure how Vincent managed to create this discombobulation. So making things a little bit more tricky for Yu Yangyi, but he seems to be holding his own right now.
Yeah, but progress is being made. Kamer now trying to get his pawn up as the tip of the spear, because that pawn will then control the f3 square, which we saw was important for the rook to utilize and stop the king from entering the position. This is a very, very scary situation for the Chinese player. I could easily see Kamer winning this.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough defensive task still ahead for Yu Yangyi. Luckily, he has 2 minutes. Guys, I already said in the chat, we will look at Dubov against Nihal after this. Let us just watch the end of it, but we'll get to it, where Dubov actually beat Nihal in only 18 moves. So we will get to that. Patience. Have a little patience. E5. How do you think we should defend as white? Do we just wait along the 5th rank? Do we try and get behind with our rook?
I'm guessing we go to the 3rd rank. Because I think going to the 3rd rank, then if the pawn pushes, we can make a trade.
Okay.
But maybe this is good for black trying to infiltrate. No, it's just a really difficult position. I think white is in an enormous amount of trouble. The king now getting ready to move up with this pawn being working as a defender, making sure that the king cannot be checked from the side. So black has 2 pawns here. 1 pawn protecting from these checks, 1 pawn protecting from these checks. And what both these arrows are pointing to is the square f4, which will then be our safe square for the king. Let's do that in green. So the king will move up, find its safe space, thanks to these pawns helping out.
Yeah, the more I look at this, I mean, when we tuned in, I think I'm also so easily, I have to admit, Hammer, that I'm a complete slave to the eval bar. So whenever I tune in to an endgame and I see 0-0, I just think, okay, should be an easy draw. These guys know what they are doing. But I really have been playing chess long enough to know, especially rook endings, they are so difficult to defend. And here we see that the bar not only has it dropped just a little bit, but seems to think that black is now winning with the king infiltrating on f4, as you were just talking about.
Yes, excellent plan from Kamer, executed beautifully. Still not easy. I'm not going to be agreeing with the engines just yet, because White has a lot of resilience still. White now can put the rook on the b4 square, trying to make sure that the black pawn in the middle cannot advance further. It's gotten this far, but we got to make sure that it doesn't make it all the way over to become a new queen. And I'm still not seeing the winning plan for black.
One of the problems that in a practical game where both players are down to a minute, I think in classical chess the difference is not as big, but in fast time controls, it's just so much more difficult to be the defending side, because as the side that is pressing, you don't have to be the most accurate all the time. You can, just turn around, like the king, for example, right now, it's not clear where is the king headed. Is it headed on the other side? Is it going all the way to h5, h4? And black can afford to just spend a few moves. If he wants, he'll just come back to f4. But as white, you have to just be super accurate all the time, and you burn so much more time trying to defend accurately that I think Keimer is going to win this game, actually.
Yeah, no, me too. But Keimer did realize that having the king on f4 didn't actually help much. Now he decided to move back, and he's going to bring this pawn up instead to start an attack on White's king. The idea here is pawn forward, king up, rook in behind creates all sorts of trouble. Essentially, what Black is trying to do is chase White's king so that it's no longer giving protection to the pawn. Then he's going to take out this pawn, and once this pawn is removed, Black will get a new queen.
Yeah. And once again, the ball is in White's court. Okay, goes rook a8.
Yeah, the computer now giving massive percentages in Black's favor, but the move being recommended, rook to b5, is not at all obvious to me.
I find it so hard to understand what could possibly be the difference between rook b5 and rook c5.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, why is this so bad compared to this, which is brilliant? And I have no idea.
Maybe
Keimer doesn't find it. He does try to move his king up. Now the black king is going to try to approach this white pawn with the rook helping out as support. Also a decent try. The only way white can hope to survive here, I would think, is that when this rook moves up to try and attack, white can try to take out this this black pawn in return.
So wait, what are you saying in that line?
Well, I'm saying
that it would still be not so clear, or
maybe, but to me it looks winning for black. So, but the only hope, like if black decides now to push this pawn forward, supported by the king, the only hope of survival white has is trying to attack the pawn on g5, either with the king or with the rook.
Vincent is still thinking here. He's just gone rook c5, so he wants to come into c2.
Yeah, or he just wants to have the option to protect the king from the checks. So, yeah, now when this rook comes to give a check on the king, Vincent wants to have the option of rook c3. But now this rook will start paying attention to the g5 pawn instead. But in doing so, Keimer will then go f3 and rook c1 and try to do that attack we were talking about earlier, about trying to lure the white king away from the defense of the f2 pawn. So f3 now looks winning for black.
Okay, does not do that. Goes rook c2.
Okay, so rook c2 preparing
yeah. Which is a similar idea of just getting to that f2 pawn and getting the two connected passers. Not easy. How do you avoid it if you're white? Okay, he gives a check on a3, king e2.
Yeah, this is game over. The king has gotten into the heart of white's position, and it's also supported by the rook. Just some accuracy needed here from Kamer. And I'm going to say the most accurate thing is e3, pushing this pawn forward. If the pawn is captured, then the other pawn rushes forward. So Yu Yangyi may have to... Yeah, he can't really do anything else. He has to go rook e5, but it's not going to be enough in the long run. Rook a1. Yeah, now you can just take this pawn and you win. You can also give a check. I was going to take the pawn and then give the check, but it's the same thing. The pawn is coming in to become a new queen. Kamer wins a rook endgame, showing some nice technique. Not perfect play, but perfect play is impossible in this time control. He gets the job done, and that's the important part.
Yeah, Vincent came on 5.5 out of 7. A great start to the great first half of the tournament for the young German prodigy. All the other top boards are finished. There are still some games going on the lower boards, but before we get to that, let's quickly see this Dubov victory over Nihal Saurin.
I see a queen that can be captured, but then if the queen is captured, a checkmate on the board, the bishop down, taking control of the escape squares, the other bishop giving the check on the king, and then the third piece contributing the knight, giving the protection for that bishop, giving the checkmate. And that's a beautiful final move of the game. The position previously was dangerous, considering all these pieces pointed towards the black king. But the big mistake here was moving the knight away from the defense of the king. Nihal trying to take out the most valuable white attacker on the board, but in doing so, got hit by a thunderbolt with the queen joining the game.
What an incredible finish. What a brutal finish that Nihal was facing. Kudos to Dubov. Despite the fact that I'm a big Nihal Saurin fan, Dubov is almost so much fun to watch, and it's hard not to be a fan of his chess. Let's see what is still going. On board 21, our favorite, a rook game. Bobby Cheng with the white pieces against Alexander Shimanov.
Yeah, and this is going to be a draw, contrary to the endgame we just looked at. There's just not enough pawns left. And also the pawns are not supporting each other. We saw that one of the tricks. Rook d4, that's got to be a relay error. Yeah, this game has been agreed a draw because black can just go back and forth with the king attacking the rook. The rook has to move, the king moves away, and then the pawn can be captured. This game has ended in a draw. White is unable to utilize the extra pawn. Well, white is unable to protect the extra pawn, with the king trying to chase away the protector.
And I believe that was actually the last. Well, no, we have one final game, Minle against Mamedov. But Mamedov seems to just be putting the finishing touches on that.
Black is up by 2 pawns, and these pawns are trying to become new queens in this direction, meaning that one of the pawns only a square away from becoming a queen, the other one approaching as well. Should be a done deal for Mamedov of Azerbaijan.
Yeah, Rauf Mamedov, who's also a very strong player at the faster time controls. He has just won this game. He was struggling, well, not struggling. He was on 3.5 out of 6, but now moving to 4.5. Well, with that, I believe all games for round 7 are done. A quick look at the top of the leaderboard, where we have 3 players now in the lead, Carlsen, Fedoseev, and reigning champion Abdusattorov. Behind them, 3 players on 5.5, Erigaisi, Dubov, and Keimer. Then a big group on 5, and Hikaru, part of the next group, on 4.5. So now 1.5 points behind the leaders. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in, I'm not going to say any amount of minutes. I did that last time, Jean Ludwig. I was caught out, but we'll be back for the start of round 8. So we'll see you then. Hello and welcome back. It is round 8 of the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship. Hikaru is taking on young Volodar Murzin from Russia. And John Ludwig, we've been saying it all day long, but with the white pieces, Hikaru is trailing his opponent by half a point. We really need a win here.
Yes, and that's interesting. The fact that Hikaru is half a point behind, it means that he has the chance to overtake his young opponent. But this kid is a special one. He's not yet a grandmaster here on the chess.com thingies, but he's a tremendous player and one who's gonna be causing problems for Hikaru here, choosing to start with the Karukan opening.
2006, only 16 years old. His FIDE classical rating is already 2561, so surely he will be a grandmaster. Well, actually, I don't know. I think chess.com is just not updated because on the FIDE page he actually has the grandmaster title. So there must be a mistake here. Maybe it was recently awarded the GM title.
And Hikaru, he chooses to start with 2 of his knights early on in this Karukan. Black then opting to get the bishop out. The bishop now pointing in towards the white knight and the white queen. Hikaru chooses to attack that bishop. The bishop captures the knight and the queen gets into the game. Hikaru opting for a slow maneuvering game here, potentially judging that young opponents are better at tactics than maneuvering. Do you find this to be true, Fiona?
Yeah, I guess so. I feel it's an approach we see quite often when these elite GMs, play the kids, so to speak. Also, Hikaru has gotten your beloved bishop pair. So a slow maneuvering game where Hikaru is going to try and make his experience, his understanding count rather than getting into some sharp lines. Black, on the other hand, has a solid setup with that pawn pyramid going on. So I don't think we'll see fireworks here anytime soon. But yeah, an opening choice, which I think makes a lot of sense for Hikaru.
And now you said no fireworks, but let me just remind everyone that chess, you can always create some action on the chessboard. And one of the ways of doing that here would be the move G3 for Hikaru. Because if Hikaru played this move, it would signalize that he's ready to put the queen back and then afterwards try and push all these pawns aggressively on the king side, the right side of the board. However, instead, Hikaru opts to advance in the middle, pawn up, taking more control of especially this important square e5. But on the other hand, this has allowed Murzin to go for trades in the center. We see here the pawn capturing in the middle. Hikaru recaptures. A trade is made, and the black knight comes in to attack the queen yet again. Hikaru returns with the queen to its the position where it started all of these exchanges. And Hikaru still with the bishops, but black is relying on the solid pawn formation to compensate for that.
So what do you think? I guess here there's no need to talk about immediate plans, maybe more long-term. Hikaru plays c3, which makes a lot of sense, just solidifying, what's the word? I always struggle to find the word. Something with an S. Anyway, strengthening his central pawn on d4. I can imagine the bishop from e2 will eventually find its way maybe to d3, where it will look down at h7, just looking down at the king side. Those two bishops will look quite nice along those diagonals. the rooks will probably come to the center of the board, and then what, John Ludwig?
Yeah, that's the big question, isn't it? I find these positions very difficult to play because it's so tough breaking down Black's setup. So this a5 move, a classic move in such situations, Black is just trying to gain some space on the queen side. Normally here, I would play the pawn to a4 without thinking too much about it. Hikaru, yes, he does do that, stops this pawn from advancing further. The disadvantage of playing this a4 move is that now Black will place their knight in the center, and every time you try and chase this knight away using your own pawn, this knight will then be able to jump to the b4 square. So this a5 move is actually about securing a safe place for the knight on d5. Really thematic strategic play here from the youngster.
And he's now followed it up with queen f6, offering an exchange of queens. I think I want to see Hikaru keep the queens on just to give himself a bit more chances to create something. I think if we imagine a queen trade on f6, yes, Hikaru would have the bishop pair, but the position is relatively closed, and I think Black would be very solid in that ending.
This is really interesting. I was going to say the opposite. I think a queen trade is kind of nice for White because White has more space behind their pawns, which means that the White king can probably be more aggressive than Black's king. And you also have this opportunity to just chase the pawns up the board on the side. But Hikaru says, I will make a queen trade with you, but I do not want to take your queen. And that's got me thinking, is the idea here that if White captures this queen, is Black going to take back with the pawn to reinforce the control in towards the middle of the board? That might be the thing, because otherwise Hikaru would have just captured. Instead, he goes rook e1, then rook e8 from Black, and now Hikaru actually does capture. And Merson takes back with the knight. So my thinking that maybe pawn takes was the idea. That was just plain wrong.
Well, I'm sure it was an option as well, but Volodar decides to keep his pawn structure intact. And well, now we'll see this ending. This is the kind of position. I think maybe it was wishful thinking on my part more than anything to keep the queens on. I'm the kind of player who always gets a little bit sad when the queens come off and we get to the technical part of the game. There are no more attacking, no more hacking away. And well, now that we are into this ending, one of the things you mentioned is the king will be able to join the center of the game. That's probably in a more distant future, right? What do you think Hikaru's first plans are? How is he going to set up his pieces and pawns?
Well, I think he's going to go bishop d2, and then he's going to go king g2, g4, and f4. I think Hikaru is pretty happy with how the rooks are placed right now. So it's just about starting to push these pawns in front of White's king. These pawns are going to be kind of the ones to open up the situation so that White's bishops can really show their power.
John Ludwig, maybe you can answer this question from Weban Coffee in the chat. Question from a 1600 scrub. Why would Nakamura trade queens against a lower weighted opponent as White when he needs to win?
Because he may feel that his opponent is more of a tactical player, liking attacks, and Hikaru feels that his years of understanding, his 20 years of playing top-level chess, he will be more familiar with the plans and the strategies required to win such a dry position rather than his opponent getting any chances to go for an attack or counter attack. So it's a bit of a cynical view, or kind of like, you wouldn't think that this is how people think in reality, but I think it's just about the kid's age. I think you see your opponent is this talented kid, and you're like, okay, I'll beat him in the end game. Because kids haven't spent time learning the end games. They're just, puzzle rushing. And they're massive attacking players, but not necessarily have the finesse required for other parts of the game.
Unfortunately, even that, I feel, over the last years has changed a little bit. Somehow the kids seem to become more and more well-rounded. I know that Volodar Murzin, I first saw him, I think in 2007, he was just 10, 11 at the time. I think he's been working with Mikhail Kobalia for forever, I think, maybe even since he started playing. And I feel like, the Russian school of chess, I'm sure that Kovalia will have at some point looked at an ending or two with Volodar, rather than just having him puzzle rush his way to GM. We'll see how he handles. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm saying it's easier to practice tactics than it is to practice strategy. So, like, in order to learn lots of middle game strategy, you have to have a coach kind of walk it through with you, and you have to have a discussion and so on and so forth. While tactics, you're just practicing on your own. And like, Hikaru has 20 years of top level training. This kid may have a year of sessions with Kobalia, sure enough, but it's not going to be the same thing.
Of course.
I think that's why Hikaru traded the queens, because he really does believe that this is where his level is, the level difference is the biggest.
We will see how Volodar handles this endgame. So the knight has jumped back into the center, and Hikaru goes for bishop g5. Is he trying to provoke f6 here?
Yes, he is definitely saying to his opponent, please, pretty please, play f6, because then your pawn is no longer protecting the pawn on e6. If you do that, I will get both my rooks pointing down towards that pawn and putting pressure on the light squares of this board. So, Hikaru is trying to provoke a weakness in this very solid black pawn formation. And Murzin is not taking the bait. He's just moving his rook away.
Also, chat, just to calm you all down, when I call him a kid, I mean that, of course, in no derogatory way at all for me. I mean, if it makes you feel better, I can call him the young teenager or something. But of course, absolutely no disrespect is meant when we refer to, or when I refer to him as a kid. It's just referring to his very young age. Okay, bishop e7, offering a trade of bishops.
And when you have the bishop pair, and that's one of your only advantages on the board, you do not want to trade the bishops. However, Hikaru may have misplayed this a little bit. I noticed that the computer was suggesting here rook to b8. And I was saying previously that I thought Hikaru was liking where his rooks were placed. I think actually Hikaru made a little mistake moving his rook over here to the middle, because the rook was actually doing a good job here on the side of the board, because he was making sure that any black attempt to advance the pawns on the queen side would be stopped by the rook having control over there. Rook d8, bishop b3. Once again, Hikaru is allowing black to advance the pawns on the queen side. I'm not sure I'm liking this, But on the other hand, I think Hikaru kind of felt like with 2 rooks pointing down on his 1 rook, Hikaru feels that he needs to go back to give that rook extra protection. So once again, this rook on d1, it appears to me that it's misplaced because now it's actually getting pressure. Hikaru tried to put his rook in a better position, but it's actually just ended up that rook being in trouble from black's rooks pointing down.
And what do you think we can do about that? I'm just trying to think about how to untangle as white, but it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, no, I guess maybe bishop d2 and then go rook a1 and kind of admit your mistake.
Can black at...
Yeah, the problem is if you go bishop b2, bishop d2, maybe black can move the knight back. And if you then go rook a1, then c5, and you have these rooks pointing down on this white bishop. Yeah, no, I think Hikaru just... he made a rather significant mistake trying to move his rook from the corner in towards the middle. It's the kind of move you just do without thinking, because you assume that the rook will be better placed in the middle than out on the edge. But here it actually turns out that this rook is facing some pressure from black's rooks.
Yeah, it's funny how Volodar, he's not playing any b5. I think for now he's just happy to sit and make useful waiting moves like h6 and just say to Hikaru, well, what are you going to do? And here comes Hikaru. f4 is on the board.
Yeah, f4. I like this move. This is the general plan. I maybe would have gone for this with the rook still on a1. Could have been even better. Hikaru here is going to move his king up, and then he's going to continue pushing the pawns forward. Actually, one of the ideas Hikaru has is pawn to f5, which is going to try and loosen up this solid pawn formation black has. I may have been too pessimistic in my previous statements. I think Hikaru kind of got his bishops working together fairly nicely, and now he's just going to go g4 and then king f3, I suspect.
And g6 is an interesting move because suddenly the pawn on h6 is undefended, which gives Hikaru the opportunity to play f5 regardless. I don't know how good it is. I don't know if we want to trade our f-pawn for the black h-pawn, but it's certainly something to consider.
Yeah, definitely something to think about. Yeah, I think the reason Hikaru maybe should go for this is because, well, preferably I would like to challenge this pawn on e6. And that's also why Merson played g6, right? He's trying to prevent this pawn from attacking the pawn on e6. So what Hikaru wants to do is play g4 and then f5 and then loosen up all of these pawn structures. But my concern is that if Hikaru here goes g4, it may be possible for black to stop that with g5. And when Hikaru then pushes forward, there's a trade. And the thing here is that the black knight will be able to go to this f4 square. And there are no white pawns that can influence this control. And I think that's going to be very, very solid for black. Despite Hikaru managing to open up for the rook and for the bishop. So it's going to be interesting to see in the future. Hikaru chose not to go for this pawn trade by opening up for his bishop. He chose to activate his king. And now Merson is taking action on the opposite side of the board. Pawn to b5, excellent move from the kid. He's going after the pawn on d4. It may not look obvious right now, but this is the pawn this move is going for. The reason being that when Hikaru now continues his plan of moving the pawns up on the opposite side, Mersin, he will move his pawn up, attacking one of White's pawns. And if he's successful in getting Hikaru to move that pawn forward, that is going to be a huge problem, because afterwards, there's nothing to defend the White pawn being faced with the threats of both rooks and the bishop.
And that begs a big question. How do we stop b4?
Yeah, you cannot, is the answer. And that's a problem.
So, okay, is g4 just our best bet to try and create some counterplay on the king side? Or does the trade on b5 help us in any way?
I'm not sure. Like, this game started out being extremely maneuvering, but right now it's become calculation based. And I'm sorry to say this, but I'm liking Black's position. I think this idea of pushing the pawn further forward is extremely effective. And I do not quite see what Hikaru is gonna do about it. And remember how I talked about this rook going into the center being a normal move, but potentially a mistake? I feel like we're seeing some of that right now, in that if the rook had been here on the side of the board, Hikaru could make a trade, and then his rook would be able to capture one of these pawns.
Yeah, and now the rook is well and truly stuck on d1 with the bishop on c1, stopping it from going back to the queen side so easily. The fact that Hikaru is still thinking in this game, he is down 2.5 minutes on the clock. I think Hikaru is definitely not happy. This is not what he wanted to get out of this opening. And I mean, Volodar so far is proving us completely wrong. He's played this endgame incredibly well. Okay, so let's go down this line a bit further. So if g4, and we were saying b4, now we need to generate something.
Yeah, because if we just try to protect our own pawn, the only way we can really do that effectively is moving the bishop out. But then this bishop is poorly defended facing the rooks. And here, Black might even play the next pawn up, trying to open up for the bishop and trying to open up for the rooks by eliminating this White pawn in the center. And yeah, no, I mean... yeah, this kid may have gotten some lessons on this kind of middle game, because he has executed this very well. And Hikaru goes for f5. So Hikaru realizes that this is an important moment and that desperate measures is appropriate. He does now go for that pawn sacrifice, opening up for the bishop to capture on h6 afterwards. And what Hikaru is trying to make happen here also is that if the pawn captures from the middle out towards the side, that will also open up for White's rook in the middle of the board.
Yeah, so does it make more sense to recapture with the g-pawn, to take on f5 with the g-pawn in order to keep the e-file closed?
I don't think so. I think if you take with the other pawn, then Hikaru will have technically a pawn here that can make its way forward without being stopped by the opponent's pawns on its way forward. I think part of the problem here for Hikaru is that after this f5 pawn push, this pawn needs to be captured. That's 100%. But the thing is, either capture is pretty decent for black.
Someone in the chat is asking, can somebody explain why eval is 0, but they are saying it's bad?
Well, if you're asking the question, I guess it means that we're doing a bad job of explaining. But essentially, the white position is much more difficult to play, more prone to making a mistake, because black's plan is easy and effective, trying to create pressure against this pawn on c3, and also creating pressure on the pawn on d4.
Yeah, and also, I mean, when we say, I do agree with you that the position is harder to play for Hikaru. I think if it sounds like we think the position is bad, partly I think what you're reading, what you're reading into that is that it's not a position where Hikaru has great winning chances. And I think that's another big part. A draw would, at this point in the tournament, not be a good result for Hikaru. I don't think either of us think Hikaru is close to losing. We just think that he's very far away from winning this game.
Okay, big decision here. The kid chooses to take with the pawn on the side of the board in towards the middle. That's often the advice you get, that whenever you can, you should capture in towards the middle. Hikaru then captures on the side of the board, check on black's king. The king has to move. But now this king, there's a bishop pointing here, there's a bishop pointing here. The move being recommended right now from the computer is rook to g1, trying to open up for the rook down towards that black king. I'm a bit surprised by Merson's approach here. That black king is not feeling safe at the moment. Also, I'm liking the move g4. G4 takes, pawn takes. We can get our rooks over here, trying to attack down here. The bishops are contributing. Yeah, Merson kind of created a secondary problem for himself here, that the king is not feeling completely safe.
I have to say, this is the first time in this endgame that I'm liking Hikaru's position a bit more, because at least there is some active counterplay. There is something to hope for. I would be shocked if Hikaru doesn't go for either g4 or rook g1. Hikaru is down to 5.5 minutes. What do you think he will play?
You're not asking the easy questions.
No.
I guess rook g1, just getting that rook involved immediately down towards the king. This is a position where time is of the essence. So getting the rook involved, probably my first choice.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would love to see the g file opening. Let's have a quick look at that. So if rook g1, I guess black will respond with b4, continue with his plan on the queen side. And the question is, do we have time for g4, or do we have to spend a move on bishop d2 to defend our pawn on c3?
I mean, if we're not going g4, I feel like our plan has been a failure. Because if the bishop retreats, then black's king will be able to find safety over in the middle of the board, where you have all of these pieces surrounding the king, creating very nice shelter. So yeah, let's take a look at this, because after king g8, Hikaru has played rook g1, b4 instantly played by Merson. The kid is seizing the initiative, and he's sensing weakness in Hikaru's time management. Merson now feeling like he's the one with the pressure, wanting to play quickly to even increase that pressure on the opponent. Hikaru with the rook, giving protection to the pawn that was being threatened by both black's pawn and knight. Hikaru next wanting to push this g-pawn up He needs to get the rook involved in an attack against the black king. Otherwise, this could be a problem for Hikaru.
Yeah, things are really heating up here. I was trying to think about what black should do. I'm trying to understand how scared do I have to be how scared do I have to be of this G4 pawn push? Because one of the things I would like to do if I have the time is maybe play a move like rook b7 in order to then capture on c3, open up the b file, bring the rook down to b2, all the way into the white camp. But I'm not sure how fast is white's play g4.
Okay, so let's play wishful thinking chess. Like, say black cooperates, captures that pawn, the rook gets involved immediately, check on the king tries and hide in the corner, and now the computer is recommending this really weird move, king e2. I'm just going to follow the computer's line to see if I can figure out why the computer is suggesting this. Okay, so the king steps back to protect the bishop, and afterwards, the white rooks working together with the white bishop will be able to get some kind of checkmating attack going on the opposite side. For instance, here, the two rooks working together to get that checkmate on the king in the corner. So yeah, there's definitely danger in Hikaru's planning here. And the moves coming in after Hikaru protected on c3 is what you suggested, Fiona. The capture on c3, followed by the rook trying to infiltrate. Hikaru now opening up for his rook down towards the black king. This is super tricky for both players.
I think this is great news for Hikaru, actually. I think he will be happier to have a double-edged position where he might risk losing rather than a position that's just a dead draw, because now things are opening up in front of the black king. As you just highlighted, there are some dangerous lines. So this is getting spicy now as the time is evening up, under 5 minutes now for Murzin as well. And he's also, he's played a few fast moves, but now you can't keep playing fast. You have to make sure that your king is actually safe.
Yeah, and I think that what the kid is going to do is the move f4. I think part of it, well, the only plan Hikaru has right now is that he wants to get rid of his own pawn so that the rook is attacking the king. And one of the best ways of stopping the rook from getting involved is by just making sure that the white pawn remains on the board. So here the move f4 from black is probably a pretty good one because it makes sure that the white pawn remains, which means that the rook will not be allowed to attack the black king. On the other hand, this will also lead to Hikaru winning a pawn. But with Hikaru's bishop working on the light squares, while the black bishop is working on the dark squares, that means we have that kind of situation, which often leads to a blocked position. And frankly, basically every game Hikaru has had in this tournament has led to a position of opposite colored bishops. So we've been very well acquainted with how difficult it is to break down your opponent in such situations.
Yeah, I was just going to say that opposite colored bishops have been a bit of a theme. I am starting to become more optimistic again about Hikaru's chances. Volodar has really gone into the tank here after g4. And even that endgame, I understand opposite colored bishops. He does go for f4 as you thought he would. A pawn is always going to be a pawn, and even if black has great drawing chances, that is at least something to play with for Hikaru.
Agreed.
Okay, so are you going to, if you're black, are you going to capture that bishop on f4?
Yes. No, I mean, if we do not capture this bishop, it's game over. If Hikaru is allowed to be up a pawn and have the bishop pair, it's just GG's. So we got to take that bishop. And then we got to try making more pawn trades if we're black. So c5 or e5 is on the agenda, trying to challenge this white pawn in the middle that's currently blocking black's bishop.
I was just actually wondering, can we go g5 here? And the idea is that we force the bishop off the long diagonal, thus decreasing the pressure on our pawn chain on c3, d4.
Yeah, but on the other hand, black will be able to challenge afterwards. So in the long run, we can't really prevent black from getting at least one more pawn trade.
Okay, so let's get back to the current position. So if not g5, then what? Because the reason I thought of g5 is because I wasn't sure, how do I stop these c5, e5 pushes?
Well, the thing is, we can't really stop these pushes. Yeah. So we might as well try and get a new queen. So Hikaru is playing your move, but it's not because we're trying to stop black from playing c5. It's simply because we're trying to get a new queen and trying to attack the black king.
Okay, so let's go then, h4.
Yeah.
And now
I was kind of expecting Hikaru to do it. I didn't think I had to make the move on the analysis board. I was just expecting Hikaru to just come up and show up and just push that pawn up.
We see that the evaluation bar is getting more optimistic about Hikaru's chances. Of course, he has an extra pawn. But also, I think practically speaking, both players are now just under 3 minutes. And I think that time situation is going to hugely favor Hikaru, who's one of the best, if not the best, speed chess player in the world. I'm curious as to why he's spending so long on this move. Okay, he doesn't go h4, he goes rook d1.
And the reason for that is he sees this move c4 and he tries to anticipate it and have a plan ready against it. So Hikaru now, if c5 is played, he will play the move d5. And he's getting his rooks ready to get a situation like this one, where black's pawns are blocking the bishop and making life difficult. And here there's even a situation where the rooks try and trade, where Hikaru might actually win this endgame. Very often we say that with rook trades, the position is almost always a draw. But there are some exceptions to that rule. And this may be one of them. No, here black makes a draw after the move f6 and then f5. But like black had to thread a needle there in order to make a draw. The idea being that you need to be able to maneuver your bishop to a square so that the bishop can protect both of black's pawns at the same time. And here Hikaru cannot win despite being up by 2 pawns on the other side.
Okay, so
that's the kind of thing we're looking at.
Okay, so that's one thing to watch out for indeed. Rook b2 has been played by Murzin, hitting the bishop on c2 and rook 1d2 defending. Murzin getting down to a minute. Also not so easy to make moves for black. He does go for the pawn break c5, which probably was the best move in the position.
Yeah, excellent move from black. And now the idea is that if Hikaru this time tries to use his plan of playing the pawn to d5, that pawn is captured. And Hikaru doesn't longer have that opportunity to recapture in the center because one of his rooks were busy defending the bishop on c2. And so that bishop can be captured if Hikaru tries to advance in the center. And as such, Hikaru, after this pawn break, trying to create the tension, Hikaru just pushes up on the side of the board. and realizes that there's nothing he can do to avoid the trade of pawns in the middle. And that trade has really eased Black's defensive task.
Yeah, Black will probably exchange the pair of rooks on d4 here. When, as you mentioned, we have to recapture with the pawn.
There's actually an interesting alternative here, maybe with the move pawn to e5. No, okay, I'm just being silly. But pawn to e5 is actually, I kind of like this idea. But there is the idea to lure the black king up the board so that we can try and challenge the white pawn and white king afterwards. There is some trickery here, revolving the king and the rook and the potential of having a double attack on them.
I have to say, I'm not too happy about the rooks and the king all being on dark squares. Okay, for now we have another problem to solve. The pawn on c3 is under attack.
Yeah, but I agree with your sentiment that when your opponent has a bishop on the dark squares, it's unfortunate to have all your valuable pieces also on the dark squares.
And yeah, I mean, how do we defend this pawn on c3?
Well, I mean, Hikaru optimally would push the pawn. Like this would be the optimal move, pawn to h5. The idea being that then if you capture the pawn, black, the white pawn continues forward. And with the king retreating, we can actually sacrifice our rook to get a checkmate with the rook, bishop, and pawn working together to seal the black king's fate. The problem is that our opponent is not going to be that cooperative. And Hikaru decides that he's going to have to give up this pawn on c3, but he also needs to get rid of this very annoying rook that's pointing in towards the white bishop and rook. So Hikaru goes bishop e4, offering a trade, but also offering the white pawn.
Yeah, and I guess Volodar will take him up on that offer. There he goes, exchanging on d2. He will capture the pawn on c3, I believe. And then the only question is, can we generate anything with those two pawns, the G and H pawn?
Yeah, Hikaru needs to just push this pawn and hope for the best. But Mersin is not taking the pawn. Wow, what a kid. He decides to prioritize making trades on the opposite side of the board. And if Hikaru now plays the move rook d3 to keep that pawn protected, Mersin might be thinking about the move f5. He might be thinking about trying to push his pawns forward in the center of the board. Okay, right here, it doesn't really work. But rook c4, for instance, attacking the pawn, attacking the bishop, the king, and the pawn behind the king. And if you're careless here as Hikaru, then f5 is going to win the bishop because the bishop cannot move without letting the king stay in a check. So Hikaru, after this f6 move, decides to go c4, allowing this pawn to be captured. The idea must be that Hikaru afterwards can put his rook up to attack the bishop. That threat is being covered by the king. Both players under 1 minute on the clock right now. Hikaru is about to lose the pawn on a4, but that's okay because he has a pawn trying to become a new queen on the opposite side of the board. It's still Hikaru trying to win this. Mersin doing a great job of getting pawn trades, easing the defensive task, but he's not home free just yet.
No, does he? Also, one important detail, I guess, is that the bishop on e4 covers the square on h8, so the rook cannot so easily get behind the white pawn. And okay, things are getting, I'm not sure what is going on, but the white pieces are starting to gather around the black king.
Some potential problems for the king. Emerson has done one thing right, though. Maybe the most important thing right. He's using his bishop to stop the white pawn from advancing further. And this white pawn on a4 is also potentially in trouble. Merson captures the pawn on a4, but in doing so, he allows the white king to get even further up the board. There's a lot of white pieces around the black king, but none of these pieces are controlling the dark squares. Hikaru needs the pawn to advance further in order to create the checkmating attack.
And okay, Hikaru drops the bishop back to f5. What's that about?
Not sure. I think Merson can just go like king g8 should be fine. a4 also fine. I think we're at somewhat of an impasse here. It's very important for this. Oh, I know the idea. Hikaru's going to go h6, and when that pawn is captured, he wants to go king f6. But then there was bishop g7, so it didn't really work anyway. And now Merson is going after this pawn. The pawn needs to be defended. Okay, what? Apparently the pawn does not need to be defended.
So what happens if we take? His idea is what, rook f7?
Take, rook f7, king moves, bishop g6, attacking here, attacking here.
But rook h6, yeah, hitting the bishop.
Then we attack this bishop, and when this bishop moves, maybe we can move the rook and take the bishop. But then he can take this one. And this is a draw. Yeah, no,
my goodness.
It's difficult to see how Hikaru is really trying to create problems. But now that he lost his final pawn, you always, almost always, you need one remaining pawn still on the board because you need that potential of getting a queen.
Yeah, Hikaru once again, as always, tried his best to make something happen here, to ask some questions. But Voloda, I mean, I have to say, for a 16-year-old kid, he played this entire game really, really well.
Yeah, and Hikaru is facing the repeated problem that when Hikaru has the white pieces, his opponents are just putting up a fantastic defensive effort every single time. Like Hikaru is the one pushing repeatedly, but everyone just manages to stay afloat and do just enough to get out of trouble and get a draw.
Yeah, I don't know how everyone these days became such a good defender. Hikaru is still trying. King f5 is on the board, hitting the bishop.
Yeah, and you can also just take this bishop now. There's no need to move the bishop away like I did. You can just take the bishop and you're fine. Also, actually, you can move the bishop to this d2 square because then Hikaru cannot give a check and take the bishop. e3 square, same thing. You cannot move the rook to take the bishop because if the rook moves and you say, oh, I'm attacking the king and the bishop, the problem is that the king can solve both issues by capturing the rook.
Yeah, so, both players down to their last seconds, but I think, unfortunately, Hikaru is running out of tricks here to make anything.
He can go rook a7 and then pretending like he blundered that, oh no, my bishop. And if I take back, I lose my rook. But the thing is, Hikaru can give a check. Oh no, because the king moves and protects the rook. That would be a horrible mistake. No, don't do that. Okay, Hikaru more sensible, going for the trade of rooks. And after the trade, the bishop takes charge of stopping this pawn, and a draw was agreed. Fantastic defensive effort from the 16-year-old recent grandmaster Volodar Merson. But unfortunately, that means Hikaru yet again unable to we can't really say convert because he was never winning, but he had lots of pressure on the opponents. But the opponents just played really well defensively in time trouble, which is one of the most difficult tasks in chess. But yeah, Hikaru's opponents seem to have taken some kind of special medicine to all have that ability this tournament.
Yeah, and kudos to Murzen. Okay, there is still one game left today. Hopefully Hikaru can get a win in the last one. For now, quick look at what's happening on the top of the leaderboard. We had draws on the top two boards between Carlsen and Dubov and Abdusattorov and Fedoseev. Vincent Keimer has beaten Arjun Erigaisi, which means that Vincent joins the leader group on 6.5. Then we had a couple more draws. Jordan Van Forees lost to Giga Kuparadze from Georgia, which is a sad loss for Jordan and Jordan fans. Jordan, who had such a great start, 4 out of 4, 4.5 out of 5, but today has only scored half a point out of the first 3 games. What else is going on? MVL beat Paravian, Nepo beat Shimanov. A lot of decisive results in that. Board 10 to board 16, all ended decisively. What is still going on? Chigayev against Vidit?
Yeah, I was just looking at that one. I don't like this Queen C7 move. I feel like White had an opportune moment here to go King B1. Black now will play Rook C1. No? Wow, Rook C5. Okay, there's a fortress. There's a fortress in this position, the Rook versus the Queen, but the Queen is unable to win because the White King is unable to get involved in the game. Or is it? What about?
You have such a way of setting up.
Well, it's apparently on Norwegian commentary, my main word is but, because I always say something and then I catch people and go in the completely.
I thought your word was however.
Yeah, well, maybe that's the word in English.
Yeah.
Okay, B4. Oh, that's brilliant. It executes the basic idea I was advocating, that now after takes, a trade of pawns has been made. But then after Rook C4, we have E4. I think we're going to get those moves on the board, just waiting for Vidit to execute them. Yeah, so this is the position I was talking about. And now the move A4. A4, the move, probably the only move to break out and win this game. Pawn to A4, that's a brilliant winning move and definitely something Chigayev is going to find.
I think so. He still has 20. When he started thinking, he had something like 40 seconds on the clock. The fact that he is pausing, although the fact that he's pausing maybe makes me less inclined that he will play it, because once you see it, no, he goes for it.
It's the only way to break down this fortress. And yeah, Vidit forced to do something because of this pressure. And now this is a winning position because the queen is able to get in behind the pawn, forcing Black's king forward. This is still a very difficult win for White, but it's it's definitely a win.
Or is it?
Okay, now computer is saying this is a draw.
This is the database now, right? Like not the like the table.
This is
the
a
table
win.
base.
No? This is a win. No.
Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah. No, I thought this was a win.
These endgames are hard, man. I mean, how do you get to the pawn, actually?
Well, you're supposed to use like a Zugzwang to get your king first over here, and then over here, and then over here. So basically, Black will put the rook on c4 and stop you from going there and there and there. And then you use a Zugzwang. First, you go with the king here to c3. and then you get the king first. So first you get the king over here,
Mm-hmm.
and then you need to create some kind of Zugzwang that gets the rook away from this, so that you can get the king over here, and then you need to eliminate the rook from going here, so that you can get the king over. It's let's just say it's not easy, but I thought it was winning. Apparently, it's not. Okay, here he goes. King c3. This is what I'm talking about. So first he needs to get the king here, then king here, then king here.
Mm.
And each task is difficult, but doable. Okay, so now the rook is looking at this one. So you would think we cannot get our king across. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to create some kind of situation. Yeah, what are we going to do? Yeah, so the rook is standing here. We'll move our queen to this square. Maybe this square. We'll move our queen to b7. Why are we moving our queen here? That's an awful move. Okay, I have no idea what this guy's doing, but this is not approved.
Not approved by the hammer. I mean,
Yeah.
can white ruin it anyway, or can white just endlessly go round and round and then go back to the winning plan if there is one?
Yeah, sure.
You know what I would love to do? Lure the black king to b4 and checkmate on c3. That would be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice. But part of the thing here is that we actually do have to lure the king to b4, because otherwise we're not getting our king across. So we need to keep the black rook here and get this king forward so that we can get our king up.
I have no idea how we're meant to get our king past this fourth rank.
Yeah, I'm starting to have some doubts as well.
You know, the good news is I think we already probably found the game of the round that's going to go on the longest. There will be no more need to switch away from here.
Yeah, fair enough. When was the last pawn move? That's always important to note in games like these. Because if you
capture,
go
right? So let's see. Let's scroll up a little bit.
There is a rule in chess that if you go 50 moves without a pawn being moved or a piece being captured, then the game is declared a draw. And that could very well be the way
it was moved
this
72 rook no, sorry, 73 queen takes c6.
Okay, so that means in move 123 there's been 50 moves without a pawn moving or a piece being captured, which is when black can declare this save official.
Yeah, and of course, black is never gonna try and move his pawn from b4. So I think we are now starting the countdown. Last 31 moves. It does not look like white is really making any progress whatsoever right now.
Yeah, well, he not only did he not make progress, he made counter progress in that he moved his king away from where it needed to go.
I never heard of the word counter progress, but I shall remember it.
That's the charm of, foreigners doing broadcasts. We can make up a couple of words as we go along. Absolutely. Regress, says solo player. I say maybe more dictionary-ish way of saying it.
Yeah, and white.
I actually like dictionary-ish even better than counter progress.
What? What? What word?
I said a dictionary-ish way of saying it. Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
These end games, right? It makes the commentators crazy.
But the thing is, at some point, you're just out of things. Let's give Prophecy something, while we're waiting for this game
Oh, they made a draw.
Oh, they made a draw. But still, Prophecy 171 would like you to notice them.
You have been officially noticed.
Very good. Okay. Let's
Any
see
more
what
games?
else. What else is still going on? I see Sam. No, that has ended.
I'm scrolling.
Naranayan against Hambleton.
Mr. Aman is going to make a draw. Yeah, not really that exciting.
Come on, it's the only thing we've got. Show some enthusiasm.
Yeah. White is up a pawn. Wow, and this was not okay play by Aman. Aman making it unnecessarily complicated for himself. Like, if we just rewind a little bit, here Aman could have just played knight f4. Okay, apparently that was a losing move. Never mind. Okay, so maybe this position is more tricky than I first anticipated. The white king is making some strides, trying to get closer to the last remaining black pawn. But if the king now approaches, then the knight can come and try and capture the white pawn. So that's not going to be the road to success. White here instead trying to move bishop to e5. And now king e7 is losing for some reason. Yes, because then the king can make its way close to the pawn.
I'm actually just now noticing a man's profile picture on chess.com, which I guess they have chosen for him. A blast from the past when a man was on his road to GM and had vowed not to shave until he made the GM title. Good times. So we've just reached move 100 here. We see the players on camera now.
Yeah, and the king should not go back because then white's king will infiltrate. So we're going to have to keep moving our knight.
Mm-hmm.
And where should the knight go? Okay, the knight gives a check on the king. The king moves forward. Maybe we can just hide our knight over... No, we can't really do that. Let's keep our knight close to our king. Probably the most sensible thing to do. Once again, Fiona, I'm going to send you on a mission. And now knight f4 is a draw, because if you take that, black recaptures and gets a new queen. Knight
I see
f4.
what my mission is.
For the draw. Aman.
Do it for the bras.
Oh, and if knight f4, h4, you can capture this one, and you sacrifice your pawn to get white's last pawn. So that's probably, this is what he's calculating right now.
Let's hope he finds it, because the last capture was only on move 89.
And he does find it, and the game proceeded just like I played on the analysis board. Aman succeeds in capturing both of the white pawns. He did lose his horsey in the progress, but that's okay. As long as there's no more pawns, there's no more queens, and that means it ends in a draw.
I think all the games are done. Maybe before we go to break, we can take just 30 seconds to show Hans Niemann's game. He made a draw against Parham Maghsoodloo, but he missed a mate in 3. A mate in 3 that was not that difficult to spot, if I may say so, myself. So we're going to move
yeah.
45. Yeah.
Bishop e4. It's a nice move, though. It was easier for me to spot it knowing that there was something available. And frankly, this position looked very good for black. So I'm... Oh, but this one is under attack. Okay. So bishop came in attacking the queen, and here bishop e4 would have been a brilliant move because the bishop was blocking the queen's path to say checkmate. So bishop e4 would sacrifice the bishop and then bring the queen in for a checkmate.
Hence actually had 3 minutes on the clock, but played queen e3 within just 15 seconds. But as we say, I mean, when you know there's something there, it's so easy to spot, even for players rated much, much lower. But during the game, there is nobody there to tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, mate in 3, white to move. So yeah, an opportunity missed for hands. We are going to go to our final break of the day. When we return, it is round 9, which is the final round of today. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back as Hikaru tries to win the last game of the day. Hello and welcome back to the final game of the day. It is round 9. Hikaru currently on 5 out of 8. He's drawn the first 3 games today, and in the last game of the day, he's black against Shan Sargsyan from Armenia, another young up-and-coming grandmaster, and John Ludwig. They have taken off already.
Yeah, it was a Catalan opening. So Hikaru at this point, I think for a player of his stature, it's really all about the medals. Whether he finishes 5th or 20th, no one is really going to remember. The medals is what matters for Hikaru. So at this point, having had a lot of draws in a row, he really needs a win. And then being faced with this Catalan opening, one of the most solid openings in chess, is a bit of a problem. Because how do you beat one of the most difficult to beat openings there is? Hikaru tries giving a check with his bishop and then dropping the bishop back to this d6 square, which is more aggressive than the normal dropping the bishop all the way back to the e7 square. So Hikaru is going for a more aggressive approach. And Sargsyan, I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
I think Sargsyan, yeah.
He's having a think pretty early on here on move 7.
Why is he not going? So what are the options? I'm not familiar with this line. I thought just continuing the development with bishop g2 would be normal, but I guess there's a lot of tempting pawn moves as well.
Well, I think if you want to go with the bishop, it's more normal to do that here. Because once you develop the knight, like the Armenian did, now it becomes more difficult to regain the pawn should black try and capture in the center. So, for instance, here after castles, if now white goes bishop g2, maybe Hikaru can capture, and there's no more queen c2, queen takes c4 to regain the pawn easily.
By the way, I see in the chat they're saying, who is this new kid? I just checked. Sargsyan is actually 20 years old, so officially a kid no more.
He's a kid in my book. And any person younger than me is a kid.
I don't know about that, Hammer. We're not that young.
You're not a kid
young anymore.
Fiona. You're not a kid, Fiona. But other than that, most
nice
of them
bird. Are. What am I? A year or 2 or more? I actually have no idea.
It's still a year, Fiona.
A year. Hasn't changed. Okay.
Okay, so Sargsyan, he chooses to go for bishop g5. Interesting. Because now if Hikaru captures, then the pawn will advance in the center, the bishop pointing down on the queen, this bishop trying to regain the pawn, and white advancing in the center. Hikaru doesn't want to get involved in this kind of trouble. He chooses to instead reinforce his control in the center, once again creating, not once again, he's doing the same thing Mersin did in the previous game. Creating this pyramid of pawns protecting each other in towards the center.
Okay, so and what do we make of this setup? You did say it's more active than dropping bishop back to e7. Why is that? Is it because we want to eventually break in the center, or what's the difference between having the bishop on d6 or e7?
Yeah, so the idea black has is that we're going to capture the pawn on c4 and then going to go e5. But right now, we don't have enough control of this e5 square to make that happen. So I think first we're going to move the knight in, and then we might try and push the bishop. And if this bishop retreats, then we will capture and push in the middle.
Okay.
But the bishop is not going to retreat. The bishop is going to capture the knight, and then we have the bishop pair. We
do have the bishop pair. I mean, it really feels like the bishop pair and the opposite color of bishops have been the story of Hikaru's tournament so far. He goes b6 now, which I guess means the bishop from c8 will come out to a6 or maybe b7, but a6 does look more active.
And in the meantime, white is preparing to go the move e4. So white has this bishop trying to point down the board, but the bishop is being blocked by Hikaru's pawns in the center. So in order to deal with those pawns, white is just getting all their pawns involved to put pressure. And I gotta say, I'm liking white's position here. I think I'm not so sure about this b6 move Hikaru played because it weakens the control of this diagonal. And now with that pawn advance from white, again softening up more the control we have here, I feel like white really got some good chances here. And after bishop e7, I'm expecting white to keep advancing their pawn, attack the knight, and when the knight moves, we'll capture in the middle. And this kind of position is generally considered to be advantageous for white because you can try and create an attack with your pawns advancing on the king side. On the other hand, maybe that's precisely what Hikaru is interested in. Given the situation in the tournament, he needs a win, so he would like to provoke white into going for an all-out attack.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, this one, for sure. So far, well, let's see. Sargsyan captured on d5. He actually captured twice. So we see a big pawn exchange in the center, which means that we won't be seeing some kind of pawn storm on the king side.
Bad news for Hikaru. Very bad news for Hikaru. The Armenian player is in awe of his opponent and decides to try and play it safe. And that means Hikaru now completely without winning chances. Don't disregard the eval bar. My eval bar has had a drink or is sick or something. The eval bar is way off. Do not trust that one at all. But do trust the comments I'm making. And the comments I'm giving now is that white has easy pressure against this d5 pawn. And it's a symmetrical pawn structure, which means there's a lack of imbalance for Hikaru to exploit, trying to win this game. White is a little bit better. Hikaru should be able to defend to a draw, but there's no chance at all that Hikaru manages to win this game.
I will disagree. There is never no chance. We are thankfully all human. Yes, I agree, this position is not fun to play, and it's probably the last thing Hikaru wanted from this game. But we have to have a little bit more faith that things can go wrong. Actually, Hikaru is doing something which I was wondering about, because you had convinced me that all this pressure against the pawn on d5 was going to be very annoying. Do we just want to give up our bishop for that knight on c3?
Yes, absolutely. If we also destroy white's pawn structure in the process. So if we can capture this knight and create a weakness with the pawn that we can aim at, we're super happy with the black pieces. However, white is not going to allow that. White uses the rook to offer more protection to the knight. And then we're more reluctant to make that same trade. Well, we're still going to make the trade, but it's just going to be a draw.
I also see some comments in the chat saying, why is white just playing for the draw here? I'm not sure if white is just playing for the draw. If you're white here, you have to be very happy because you have very little risk of losing, but you are pressing. It's not like white is just doing everything to draw here.
Yeah, so against a lesser opponent than Hikaru, this pressure could be good. But against Hikaru is not going to have any problems defending this. And right now, the pieces are just being traded off the board. I think Hikaru is going to be disappointed with this game. He's going to be disappointed by the lack of ambition from his opponent. But I guess to some extent, he's also going to be disappointed that he didn't choose to take more risk given the tournament situation.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's also, I'm not saying it is necessarily the case for Hikaru today, but on a psychological level, the same way that sometimes when you win a few games in a row, you just get on a roll and you're full of confidence. And I think Hikaru, he has, before this game, let me see real quick before I... How many?
The eval bar is back. I'm happy to announce that the eval bar is now once again accurate. It has gotten some kind of vaccine or COVID shot to make sure that all is good.
You're entering dangerous territory with that comment, John Ludwig. It's like you've never streamed on Twitch before? What?
I think poking chat can be funny. Maybe I will not be hired back doing so, but we'll see.
YOLO.
Yeah, having fun with it. But what I was going to say is that 0.00, that is the evaluation right here, which just goes to show that despite Hikaru having some advantages in this position, specifically the rook is the only piece to have control of the open file. Hikaru also has some disadvantages, and primarily the pawn on d5 is being attacked by 3 pieces, forcing the black pieces to stay in defensive positioning, which means that even though Hikaru has the better rook, he has the worse, rest of the board, which evens out in the end.
So did you already talk about what if I go knight e4 at some point? What if I go knight e4 now? Is there an immediate...
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I would be very tempted to taking that knight and then going d5. And white then getting a passed pawn in the middle. So like here, if h4 first to block the pawn's further advance on the side of the board. If Hikaru here goes knight e4, I would take this one and then push forward in the middle. And this could potentially be dangerous for black because that pawn is so well supported by the knight behind.
Okay, so h5, h4 is on the board. I'm going to give up on my idea of playing knight e4. In that case, what do I want to do as black?
Well, Hikaru's going to play g6 and king g7, just improving the position of the king, making sure that all the pawns are defending each other. And yeah, unfortunately, there's not that much to do here for Hikaru.
Hikaru, of course, is always looking, and we've seen it time and time again throughout the day, always trying to create something. He'll never just offer a draw. G6 has been played. I'm trying to see where will Hikaru, how will he make something happen here? If you are white, John Ludwig, and you want to make a draw, how do you go on about it?
I guess a4, a5, maybe. Try and make more trades.
Okay.
It was quite unnecessary, it feels like, for Shant to allow Hikaru to take this control of the open file. It has given Hikaru some hope of outmaneuvering his opponent. But for now, I don't really see how it's going to help.
Can we? I'm trying to see if we can somehow double on the C file, but it's not easy to achieve.
If I'm white, I would seriously consider the move F3. It's kind of, it feels bad weakening your pawns in front of your king, but likewise, how Hikaru here managed to improve his king positioning. I want to play F3 so that I'm restricting the black knight from moving forward. And then I want to get my king up and reroute my bishop so that my bishop is pointing towards the black king.
Are you not worried if you go F3, blocking your bishop, that I will go, I don't know, rook C6, queen C7 and try and infiltrate?
Well, what I'm concerned about is this maneuver. That the knight realizing that it's not having a future where it's placed can try and find a new future on this C4 square. And
you see already there is something here.
Yeah, the eval bar is very optimistic for black in this position. Okay, so instead, bishop F3 on the board. Yeah, I guess Hikaru goes rook C7 and basically just waits to see what the opponent's plan is.
Yeah, my concern is, what if the opponent does nothing?
Well, it's difficult to do nothing. So now rook C7 from Hikaru. If the opponent's plan is to mimic Hikaru by playing king G2, that would be a mistake because of bishop G4. And then Hikaru manages to get the trade of bishops, and preferably he manages to get the trade while also getting his pawn up to potentially manage more threats around white's king. Or even better, if the knight chooses to take the bishop, and then the bishop has to retreat, we can get our queen up afterwards, and then we'll get this knight up, and this guy is looking, and something could happen.
What if I wait instead of playing king G2? What if I just wait with rook D1, rook E1? So rook C7, we were saying.
Well, rook D1, then once again, I'm getting this trade because you cannot move your bishop because of the rook.
Okay, what if I just wait with bishop G2?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, it's such a wimpish move to play.
Yeah, well, you can't win them all. Okay, so Hikaru instead actually starts pushing his pawn up on the side of the board. That is aggressive. Not sure I like it, though, because right now black is very weak on the dark squares, and this latest move from white, using the queen to highlight those facts. Yeah, I'm not sure about this b5 move. Queen here. Like I'm tempted to do something like king G2 now. And if Hikaru just waits, I want to go rook E2 and rook C2 and make trades.
I'm confused as to why the engine again is starting to slightly prefer black here.
Well, I guess king G2 isn't really a good move because it allows bishop G4 and trying to make this favorable trade where the black pawn comes in and creates some threats around this white king. I agree that I was overly pessimistic when I said this is definitely going to be a draw. But yeah, it would be a huge accomplishment by Hikaru managing to win a situation like this one.
I saw a comment in the chat a minute ago by someone saying they've now watched all the games and it's true and haven't seen any blunders from Hikaru's opponents. I mean, we have seen, some inaccuracies, some maybe slight mistakes, but really no major, not a major mistake.
And that's a problem for Hikaru.
Yeah.
because if you don't make mistakes in chess, you're not gonna be able to. If the opponent doesn't make mistakes, you're not going to be able to win games. So Hikaru's opponents have just been playing too well to beat them.
It really feels like the level in chess is just getting higher and higher, and people are making less and less mistakes. I don't know what that is due to, but anyway, back to the game. Queen a5, hitting the pawn on a7. Hikaru does play a6. And is it here you were talking about rook e2?
Well, rook e2 here will be met by queen to c1. So for now, white is having control of all of these access squares, which means Hikaru is not able to move his queen up the open file. But he does go rook e2 anyway. But like now, if I'm Hikaru here, I play queen c1 in a heartbeat.
Queen c1. And then white, I guess, has two options. Either move the king or drop the queen back to e1. What's your follow-up if I move the king? If I play king, let's say g2 or h2, so I don't know.
I'm guessing I go rook c6 just to protect. Computer saying here queen b1 is winning.
Wow. That's incredible.
Trying to bring the rook in afterwards. Hikaru does go for this queen c1 move. And computer saying queen e1 is the only defense for white.
This is your time to shine. Make up a rhyme quick. Something about white having to play a king move. Because I think queen e1 holds it together. So we need to see king h2 or king g2.
No, but like this rook e2 move was just horrible. Why are you allowing Hikaru to infiltrate with the queen? That's incredibly unnecessary. And now Hikaru can push b4, a5. He can just continue moving these pawns up on the queen side. Hikaru is about to create some serious trouble here.
So you're saying just leave the queen on c1 and just start pushing the pawns immediately?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you cannot go with the queen back.
Yeah.
If the queen goes back, then the rook comes in and takes over. And you lose the control of the open file.
Move that king, let Hikaru sing. I like that one, Fleur.
Bishop g4 on the board. Bishop cannot move because then you lose the rook. And we have been talking about how we would very much like for white to make this trade so that the black pawn comes further up the board, taking out some of the squares close to the white king. Makes sense. Hikaru is also making sure he's playing quite quickly. And he now almost has a 5-minute time advantage, trying to put pressure on the opponent.
Which is something. I feel like, okay, it's still, of course, the position is very even. But I feel like Hikaru is making a little progress, asking some questions, getting his opponent low on time. I mean, I definitely like this a lot better than what we were looking at 10 moves ago.
Yeah. And I think also like it's been the trend throughout the opening. Because remember how I said that the best move for white was to push the pawn forward and create a kind of an attacking position where white wanted to attack on the king side. Sargsen he's chosen to go for the safe solution in every single instance. And he's overly cautious, which gives Hikaru some hope of creating trouble. Wow, Hikaru actually chooses to go for a knight trade. But what happens if this knight now captures in the center? Ooh, if the knight captures in the center, Hikaru's going to make a trade of queens and then go rook c2. And his rook ends up on the same rank as 3 of white's pawns.
And if f3?
F3, the computer's saying... Okay, it's saying knight f6 is okay. And knight h6 is best because the knight can come in from the edge afterwards.
That's incredible. That we can just afford to give up this pawn, but get the rook in. We will get our pawns back, and yeah, the white king suddenly very open. So let's go back to the current position, knight g4. What if white trades everything? If I trade on c1?
He did?
Oh, he did. Okay. But you can't trade everything, can you? Two.
Hikaru up with the rook, check on the king. The king has moved up. Now Hikaru presumably going to trade the knights. And then Hikaru will get this rook in a position to attack the pawns. Oh, but unfortunately, the white rook. Yeah, that's the big difference. The white rook getting one step up means that it's also able to go one step to the side afterwards and then get to this situation where you make a trade. White loses one pawn but wins another one.
This rook a3 is such a nice saving resource for white.
Yeah, so that means Hikaru cannot capture. And the problem now for Hikaru is that if he doesn't capture, if Hikaru were to retreat, then white's king would be the most active one. And then the rook would also be able to take over control of that c file afterwards. So Hikaru decided he needed to make the trade, and then he's advancing his pawns in the middle of the board. But now rook e5 is game over. Rook e5, rook c2, takes, a4. Important move, this a4. And there's a lack of pawns remaining on the board. Although this, I guess, Hikaru could win.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the kind of thing Hikaru is trying to create. That the king can come and support the pawns.
Yeah, and already it's losing.
Something could happen here. Like the king can come and help the pawn.
Okay, and he has played rook e5, so let's see. Rook c2 we're expecting is on the board. It's not over yet, chat. It is not over yet. We have seen also time and time again this tournament how tricky rook endings are. So if Hikaru can somehow get past a pawn, there will be some chances left here.
Computer saying b4 is a brilliant defensive resource.
Wow. That's not so easy to see.
No, it's quite difficult, I would say. But if he does play b4, then it's game over.
What do you think? Is it like yesterday? He's never gonna...
No, this one I think he's gonna find.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't think he will play b4.
He has 4 minutes on the clock. I think he's gonna find that without much trouble. Because the logic here is that you're losing this pawn anyway.
Yeah.
So you might as well lose the pawn to kind of make your tic-tac-toe or Pac-Man thing more easy. Because then you line up the black pawns to just be captured one at a time.
He has played b4.
And Sargsyan does play b4. And Hikaru is not going to win this game. It's going to be a draw.
Is there no way? What is rook c4?
Hikaru, so the big difference between this b4 move and the a4 move, the big difference is that now, after everything is captured, Hikaru is unable to protect the pawn from the side. That was one of the key features of the other variation we looked at. So if you remember this situation, the rook was able to give protection to the pawn while also pointing in the other direction. Whereas in the variation we're looking at now, with the pawn being on b4, if the rook comes to protect, yes, the rook is protecting the pawn, but the rook is not pointing towards that other direction. So if the rook could magically go to the c4 square, where it both protects and attacks, that would be good. But with the rook on a4, it's only protecting, not having any influence beyond that own pawn, and that's the reason why this was so clever from white.
Yeah, so we have a bunch more moves. Let's catch up with the game.
So now Hikaru was forced to protect his pawn from in front of the pawn, which is not great because now every time this pawn tries to become a new queen, the rook is blocking its path. So the only hope Hikaru has is trying to bring his king up into the fold, but white is wisely preventing that by moving the rook forward, taking control of the f6 square, making sure that the king cannot join the game. And yeah, now Hikaru tries to move the king back and then up, but the king cannot get up because the rook is blocking.
Okay, is there still any? Can we get the pawn to b2? But white is just going to...
Like, white will
wait.
just move this pawn to d7, and then you just sit and wait. Because the only way for black to take this pawn is by leaving the defense of the black pawn.
Do we even have to move the pawn to...
No, but you might as well.
Yeah. This has been a slightly depressing day, I would say, for Hikaru, who played for strong grandmasters, but grandmasters who are, of course, not on the same level as he is. But they have all of them have played well. It's just very frustrating day.
Yeah, and now there's it looks like it's going to be a repetition of moves. Hikaru needs to keep his king close to this pawn, but white forces Hikaru to choose here. When the rook comes in to give a check, the king has to go away because if you go in the opposite direction, you lose your pawn. So Hikaru had to acquiesce here to a repetition of moves going back and forth, and it's a draw confirmed.
Yeah, draw confirmed. Hikaru ends the day on 5.5 out of 9. Tomorrow there will be 4 more games to go. But yeah, I think fighting for the top place at this point will be difficult. Maybe the medals, but he'll have to start the day with at least a couple of wins. For now, let's go and see what's going on the top boards. Let's maybe start with board 1, Kuparadze against a certain Magnus Carlsen.
Let me make a little search here. And Carlsen has a winning position with an extra pawn and the bishop pair. Makes sense.
Looking
I think
good.
This is actually the first time Magnus is still playing his game while after Hikaru finished. So Magnus has been completing his games really early on, and Hikaru has been fighting massively in his games to try and win.
Yeah, and Magnus, but what happened here? Why did the engine not like rook b1?
Apparently the engine now wants white to go with the knight towards the d6 square, but that was not at all obvious. Instead, white tries to defend one of the pawns they have remaining. Engine now saying that pawn to e5 is the only way to win cleanly. That is a crazy move, if you ask me. Personally, I would just try to push this pawn up the side of the board, trying to get a new queen in that fashion. But apparently there's a bit of a rush here for Magnus, because if he allows this knight to get into d6, there might be a problem that when the pawn moves forward, check on the king, check on the king, check on the king, check on the king. And here, the only move to make a draw is knight e5. with the idea pawn becomes new queen, it's checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
And if rook e1 to lure the king into taking the rook, if the king moves away, then you lose the knight, because then there's no more checkmate. So here, you should take the rook, allow black to get a new queen, and somehow this is still a draw.
This is insane.
Yeah. And Magnus sidesteps all of this by finding this incredible computer move, e5, luring the bishop and the pawn. This bishop already has a job. Its job is to protect the pawn on b4. This pawn already has a job. It's to stop the black pawn from advancing to become a new queen. So the bishop cannot take, the pawn cannot take, and if neither piece takes, then black will capture white's pawn. A brilliant, brilliant move by Magnus to win the game.
Incredible. I saw a lot of questions in the chat. Why is Magnus playing at 2470? So for starters, his FIDE rating is a bit high, not that much high. He is a GM. But the reason he is playing Magnus is because Giga Kuparadze is on 6 out of 8, having lost only one game in the event, haven't beaten Jordan in the previous round, so that's why he's facing Magnus, because he's up there at the top of the standings. But here, yeah, e5, what a move by Magnus, who will convert.
Yeah, Magnus no longer up a pawn, but now he has a pawn 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. All Magnus has to do is dislodge this king from its square to be able to guide the pawn home.
Yeah, this one will be over very soon. There's a question from the Lux Puppet. How do you join the tournament? It's gonna be really hard. This one is too late to join. The next one you can join, it starts in 2 days. It's the World Blitz Championship, and you can join it if any of your ratings are 25, 50 or higher, or you're the national champion of your country, then you are allowed to play, but you'll probably have to get on a plane to Kazakhstan today. This one, yeah, is getting to the very final stages. There are also a couple of requests in the chat to see, and I think we can maybe check it out for just 1 second after this one is over. The game between Volodar Murzin and Artemiev, which ended in a very uncharacteristic blunder by Volodar, and it tells you even
where were those blunders when he played against Hikaru?
I know. And it tells you, even 16-year-old kids get tired. This event is quite a grueling event. I think you're going to be shocked, John Ludwig, by the blunder you're about to see. I think it's like, well, you'll tell me when we get there. I think it's just a brain fart, kind of. I think it's fair enough to call it a brain fart. Here, King D3.
Magnus has a new pawn. So Kuparidze, he's done a good job of taking control of this f2 square, making it difficult for black's pawn to progress. But Magnus is dealing with that by just saying, well, now that you're busy on this square, I'm going to just have a little pawn on the side of the board, creep its way up. And that second pawn, I think, is going to be the decider. Magnus not even up a pawn anymore. He does have the bishop pair. And Magnus also very low on time, down to just 1 minute on the clock. But the computer assures us that this is absolutely still a winning situation for black. And one of the things white should do to create more trouble is play the move b5. Try and lure Magnus into capturing this pawn. He doesn't really have a choice. He has to capture it. But then there's the next pawn running. and white can try to get some new queens of their own. Is it's the hope.
White is
in
really
using
putting
this
up
strategy.
maximum resistance here. It's probably not gonna be enough, but at least he's making Magnus work for the full point here.
Yeah, Magnus now below 1 minute on the clock. H4 makes the most sense. The pawn will then advance. King will come in to stop the pawn from queening. Bishop has to protect pawn. Magnus can then try to get a new queen. But in that case, the rook comes in, attacks the bishop, and the bishop cannot move because of the king behind with a winning position for white. So this illustrates why Magnus cannot just push the pawn calmly. He needs to do something else. And the thing he did was brilliant. Rook g4, excellent move, securing himself the trade of rooks. The rook cannot get away because then the bishop will come in and attack both the king and the rook. Well played, Magnus. Rook g4. That's the final nail in the coffin.
Very nice find. And yeah, there is literally nothing that white can do here. Maybe we'll see a resignation. I don't know. I don't probably not with under a minute on the clock, but there's just no moves for white. What a find again by Magnus. Not as impressive as e5. I mean, e5 was really very, very nice move. Is the game over? No.
Well, I don't think he's going to resign anytime soon with 5 minutes remaining on the clock. But the game is over in the practical sense that there's absolutely no chance Magnus messes this up now.
Shall we stick around? I guess we should stick around until...
Well, you've guaranteed me a big blunder.
Yeah, a big brain fart. Do you want to go and see it?
Let me just double check. The rooks have been traded, and now the black pawns are even protecting each other. I have absolutely no faith in Kuparadze managing to secure this draw, even if Magnus is down below 1 minute on the clock. There's just no hope, right? Okay, we'll stick here a little bit longer. Because now the threat of the bishop, Magnus was just 30 seconds left. And if he moves his bishop back, this knight might be annoying for the king. So Magnus has to make a decision whether he wants to capture white's knight and give up his own bishop. And then he's scared that this white king will be able to capture black pawns afterwards. But Magnus figures out the way to win the game. He does capture the knight and then moves his bishop back into defense. If the white king now starts running over to the right side, the pawn will run forward on the opposite flank. And white is unable to stop both of them because if the bishop comes to stop it, then the bishop has left its post, allowing the pawn on the other side to become a new queen.
Very nicely done. And after bishop c7, white is still thinking, but the pawns are simply unstoppable. Simply unstoppable now.
And that means Magnus on his way to a just magnificent score in this rapid. I gotta say, I've always considered a massive favorite in the blitz portion, but I've always felt that the rapid is very, very open because my impression has been that Magnus has struggled with his time management and has been way worse in rapid than in blitz for previous championships. But this year, it seems like he just found a new level. And maybe he's helped by the fact that for the last year, he's mainly been playing rapid tournaments online. So he has more practice with this time control than what he usually has had.
Meanwhile, Magnus is staring deep into our souls there on the camera as he waits for his opponent to make a move. We are going down that line. I think it's a great point you make. He has played so many games this year at the rapid time control. I also wonder, resigning his classical world champion title, has that given him a new hunger to achieve other things? But he's certainly putting up a dominating performance here. He's gonna end the day on 7.5 out of 9. He will be the sole leader, I believe, because board 2 looks headed for a draw. King F2 and King E6 is gonna go round up. Although, do we need to be a little bit careful? Yeah,
he's just going to take the c6 pawn. Because every time white tries to take the black pawn, then the bishop cannot hold both of these squares at the same time. So nothing to be afraid of for Magnus. He can just go pick up this pawn.
And off he goes, King D5 on the board. And I really do believe we will see resignation. Now white is still thinking, still has 4 minutes on the clock, but no moves left to play. As we see Kuparadze there on the camera, one of the heroes of the day, he is going down against Magnus here. And he has resigned now after Magnus captures the pawn on c6. But nonetheless, he can be very happy with his play and results today. John Ludwig, let's see the brain fight.
Okay. Wow. Knight d5. So the idea is that when it opens up an attack on black's queen. So this is pretty normal when the queen is on d2. So if he had moved the queen to d2 after knight g6, then knight d5 would be a legit move. In that after the trade between queens, white has the ability to capture on f6 and give a check. And after the check, you regain the queen and you've given black doubled pawns. Now, in this specific variation, the engine is not very impressed because this has also led to black's bishop being able to skewer the white rooks. But
let's imagine if the rook was on f1 in the beginning of the line, right?
Yeah. So that is the general idea of what Merson was trying to do. And maybe he saw this idea of the bishop coming and attacking both the rooks. So he played queen e1 instead. After knight g6, he thought, oh, now I go knight d5, because after queen takes queen, I will take this knight. The knight will be taken back by the pawn, and then I take the queen, and I have the superior pawn structure. But as chess.com is reminding me, every time I try to take this knight, my king is in check. Yeah, if the white king had not been in check, this would have been a good idea, but what ifs and nots. It was check, and Merson just had to resign the game. Artemiev receiving a present, and Hikaru fans with reason to be upset, considering the fantastic defensive effort Merson put in against Hikaru. Then he goes ahead and was just completely exhausted, had to deal with Hikaru in the round previous that he just lost with the white pieces even.
Let's quickly go to Erigaisi against MVL, where Erigaisi has an interesting pawn formation going on there.
The bad news is that white has tripled pawns. The good news is that, these are extra pawns. Never mind that. Wow, okay. no more extra pawn there. But on the other hand, you're about to capture a rook. Erigaisi is a brilliant chess player. In case there has been any doubt, I guess there hasn't really. But Erigaisi is about to take down Vachiela Grav in a weird pawn thing here. And yeah, he's going to win this. He has a rook and a pawn in exchange for a bishop. That's going to be more enough, not to mention the fact that his pawn is only 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. There's really nothing Vachiela Grav can do to avoid the defeat here.
Yeah, time is ticking down now for MVL, but that pawn stack indeed will start rolling. We will stick around here. There is still a game going on board 2 between Fedoseev and Keimer, but I believe that is just about to be agreed to a draw, which will mean that Magnus will end the day as the sole leader on 7.5 out of 9. There will be 3 players following him on 7, Abdusattorov, Fedoseev, and Keimer. And then behind that, big group on 6.5.
MVL is trying to get his queen out of the corner to give checks on White's king, but that's so easily dealt with. Queen takes d8 would have been good. Erigaisi even decides he wants to get his rook involved towards this black king. And yeah, there's nothing MVL can do here to prevent checkmate. A dominating display from Erigaisi, who's still chasing the gold medal.
Absolutely. I'm seeing someone say Sivan Ferrace, but I think his game is over, at least. No, he lost, so I don't think. Let's see what is still going. Saruk against Marty Rosian is the highest remaining game, but I don't know if we're going to go there or if we are going
to... There's a Jabava game. Can I interest you in a Jabava game?
You can always interest me in a Jabava game.
It's not going to be very long, though, because White has a pawn 1 step away from becoming a new queen. The only thing stopping this pawn is the black queen, but the black queen is about to be dislodged. The white rook coming in, attacking the queen. The queen will have to move away, and then White gets a new queen, in addition to the 2 nice shining rooks, and Jabava resigns the game.
Let's see, is there anything? Let's quickly open this Saruk Marty Rosian game. Oh, that's not. Oh no, it's all good.
Just needed some time to load up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this should be an easy draw, but it would be easier if Black didn't have this bishop. And okay, now it says on my screen that Black has won.
Oh, maybe White. I was gonna say flagged, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, normally
anyway,
a queen is not that much better than a knight and rook. So that Black having won this catches me a bit by surprise, but that was one of the final games of this round.
And we are going to call it a day. Here, it's not been the day that we were hoping for, and especially it's not been the day that Hikaru was hoping for. He drew all his games today, so he is currently on 5.5 out of 9. Tomorrow, the last 4 rounds of the Rapid, we will follow the exact same schedule as today. The rounds start at 10 a.m. Central European Time, 3 p.m. local time in Kazakhstan, 4 a.m. Eastern. And John Ludwig and I will be back to take you through the final 4 rounds of this Rapid event. Tomorrow we find out who is crowned the new... Yes?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that in case any of the viewers are not sick of chess at this point, having done 5 hours of a World Rapid Championship, I want to remind you that Hikaru has done a recap of day one. It's available on his YouTube channel. And you may also want to turn on your YouTube notifications because Hikaru, as we speak, is working on the recap of day two. So you can get his impressions of today there.
Absolutely. So we'll see you tomorrow. In case you are not around tomorrow, the Blitz tournament starts 2 days from now. That will also start at the same starting time of 3 p.m. local. And the last day will be an hour early. So you can write that all down in your calendars. For now, we are going to be rating a Fortnite streamer named Swearin. So do stick around for that. Thank you so much for watching us today, and see you all tomorrow. Have a good one.